Me because my mic's not on. Hey, how about that? So yeah, I turned it off for the music and forgot. So I was saying that we got a late start tonight because of some gremlins, but we're good to go now, and that we had a wonderful host tonight, co-host tonight, Nikki, and we have a wonderful guest tonight from all the way from Europe. He's staying up late on our time, so I appreciate that. He's got some great stories and stuff to tell us, and probably just general around Razin. And let's bring us on stage here. Bring him on stage here. And there he is, Phillip.
Hello.
I was trying to figure out how to push the right button to talk, so technical difficulties. So, Phillip, tell us a little bit about yourself. I know you've written some books. You're a stand-up comedian. I guess we should ask you, really, what aren't you?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, because I've just come back from hosting a gig pretty much in the middle of nowhere, which, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to the UK. Pretty much all of the UK is in the middle of nowhere. So I was like in the middle of the gig, and I sat down in between people's sets, and it was a poetry gig, but I was doing crowd work, and there was only 8 people there, so it was really intimate, and I was telling jokes in between. Then the poetry got quite serious, and I suddenly realized I'm not a serious person. And I just thought I'm not equipped to deal with this. So then, I managed to work back into ghost stories, which ties in well. But I had a really bad feeling about getting home. I thought, I don't feel safe right now. I don't know what it was came over me. I thought I need to check my phone. And I realized as soon as I checked my phone, I had 5-10 minutes for the train, and then there was a 2-hour gap, and then the last train. And if I'd have got that last train, I wouldn't have been able to get home. I would have had to walk like half the way.
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
So I thought, right, I've got to go, guys. So I had to, unfortunately, cut the gig a bit short, but I had no idea the trains were going to be like that bad. So yeah, I did poetry. I was going to read a sci-fi story to them, but I didn't have the time. And I did comedy as well. I don't know if it involves words. I'll probably be doing it. Basically,
that's fair. So, singer, songwriter, musician, any of that?
Not really a musician, but I do write lyrics for people. I tend to write, like synth pop songs. Like I'll write lyrics for people every now and again. I've not done it for a while. At the moment, I'm writing mainly poetry, comedy as well. I've got a little book of comedy stuff and a science fiction trilogy at the moment I'm working on about time travel and alien abductions and stuff.
Hey, that's right up our alley.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were really good too. I read a few of your pages out of each of the book that Amazon lets you read.
All right,
I was like, man, this is so cool. Yeah, I'm going to be on here with this dude talking this. So this is great. Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
It's the How Humans Were Built. Is that the one?
Who Built the Humans? Yeah.
Who Built the Humans? Yeah. I read a little bit of it too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting book because it does have some poetry in it, but it's funny poetry, and I've not advertised that on the page because I know the kind of people that will find it funny, they don't like poetry. Like one of my reviews I got from an early beta reader was, she said, "I hate poetry, but yours is pretty good, I guess." And I just thought, yeah,
Nice.
I'm not going to mention it because she that's her way of saying she really enjoyed it, but she doesn't want to be too friendly with me, because that's how you make friends with people in Britain. You just have to be a little bit mean all the time, just in case they ever betray you. So you give them like a taster course of what kind of shit you can put up.
Oh wow!
But
I
yeah,
had the complete opposite impression. I had the complete opposite impression of British people. I'm like, they're so nice.
oh no, they're just being sarcastic.
Nice.
I don't really
Love
like
it.
this.
Some people are genuinely quite nice here. It's just we tend to not let. They don't live that long. they get
whacked off.
They get taken into pyramid schemes, that kind of thing, and turn them into cat food, the usual stuff. Can't
Over
be
here, we
helped.
make them presidents.
Soylent
So,
Green.
Yeah.
Right. Nice.
Yeah, they call them politicians here. So,
Yeah.
now when I traveled to Europe, the closest I got was Ireland, and that is the drunkest 24 hours I've ever spent in my entire life. So we were on a med flight. This is a sad but true story, and I was the flight paramedic. And when we landed in Dublin, they said, "You have 24 hours. Be back here at 0700. Don't get killed." Game on.
That's a real challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was done I think we landed like 10, and I was ready to go back to the hotel by like 6 o'clock. And the pilots had just gotten their sleep, and they're like, "No, come on, we're going out." I think I hit the hotel bed long enough for my face to impress the pillow. And I heard the phone ring, and I'm like, "What the hell?" They're like, "We're downstairs. Where are you?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm on my way."
Oh, that's rough. You didn't have to operate on anybody on the plane back, did you?
No, and it was fun because I didn't even shower. I mean, I literally was still, I would like change back in. It's like bathing in cologne. And
just imagine that you're just like you're choking in an aeroplane, and you've got to trust a drunk guy to put a straw through your neck.
Dang, Skippy, that was me. It was funny because the patient he walked onto the plane, and he said, after about 20 minutes on the flight, he goes, "Excuse me, son, were you out drinking last night?" And I was like, "A little bit." "Yeah, I could tell." He says, "Just go ahead and take a nap. I'm fine." I was like, "All right." We still have the nurse.
Nice.
Of course, she had been out with us too. She was back there snoring. So yeah, he wanted to come over here and experience the American healthcare system. I'm not sure why. So.
Right.
So some people are into paying for stuff.
Yeah. We get the Canadians that come down here in the summertime to the wintertime into Florida, and then they'll get injured or get sick or something, and they'll be like, "Oh no, we want to go back to our health care." And I thought ours was the best in the world. So like, no, we went out.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting here because, like, we've got free healthcare, but it is, you get what you pay for. So we have healthcare, but you can wait like a year to have a tooth out.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
You learn dentistry 101 at home.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
There's a YouTube video for that.
Yeah. So, like, we've got good doctors and stuff. It's just like we've not got enough of them at all. It's like there's just one guy who's very overworked.
And he hates his job.
He travels the whole country, spends the whole time crying and screaming. Yeah.
Sounds like me on an ambulance. They say, "You're going to get on the ambulance." No. That's punishment over here for EMS, but
yeah.
So, man, we talked about so much backstage. You had said that you had also some other experiences, but your real thrill was writing the science fiction.
Yeah, I really do love writing science fiction, and weirdly enough, quite a bit of it comes from real life experiences I've had. Like, I'm writing a novel at the moment called The Stephanie Glitch, and she's got synesthesia, which is where like certain senses are translated into other senses. So for me, when I'm listening to music, I'll see colors, and if I'm looking at flowers, particularly if they're on the edge of the visual spectrum, like violets or particularly deep roses, I'll hear music
Wow.
when I'm looking at those. And in the Stephanie glitch, I thought, what if her synesthesia actually enables her to pick up signals? So she's picking up a signal from space that her brain otherwise wouldn't notice at all, but because of her synesthesia, it turns into something that she can physically hear and see. So she's able to navigate sort of these ley lines, and she works out that her reality isn't only not just the first Earth. So she's like, she realizes that not only she's been reincarnated, but the entire planet, perhaps the entire universe, has been reincarnated at some point, just as a whole, sort of 3D printed. And she realizes she like lives in a simulation. Now, what the simulation means is kind of, I won't spoil the book, but there's a lot about, you know, how universes can reproduce through black holes and that kind of stuff. So it gets really trippy, but it all started out with me basically just like having a slightly cross-wired brain. It's
Right.
so it's like you get the seed of an idea and it just goes, which is pretty much how my stories go. It's like, what you'll know, it'll start fairly normal and then just straight away just goes completely off the wall. Like, I think the first line in Who Built the Humans is the first brought their dead in briefcases. And I remember like people really liked that first line because you don't know what it means, but you know it's going to mean something really weird in about 2 sentences.
That's awesome. Yes. Love that.
And so you're right. The trilogy is, do you have that all mapped out in your mind, or is it kind of as you go along?
Most of it is mapped out at the moment because it's a time travel trilogy. I need to know what the final scene is to write the first scene. Because I don't want to have like the issue that a lot of time travel stories have is the author will write one of the books and then they'll write the other book a few years later, and that's where your plot holes will come in. So I've decided I'm just going to write all 3 books simultaneously. So then
that's so cool.
it's a lot of fun. It's a big challenge. I've had people say to me, you know, you could make more money if you were just a romance author. You were pretty good at writing romance that time. And I'm like, yeah, but it's boring. It's boring. I'd rather have no money and be excited to wake up in the morning than have all the money in the world and just spend it on paying someone to assassinate me so I don't have to write another romance book.
That reminds me of a story I heard about a DJ. He got fired, and the only station that could pick him up was they did love songs. And in the middle of the night, he'd had enough, and he says, 24 hours, nothing but goddamn rip your heart out fucking love songs. And I was like, I get it. I was like, they should make that the commercial.
It's that's the great struggle of being an artist, isn't it? Because like I had an office job. I had an office job for a world record of 36 hours the other week. First like real job I'd landed in 10 years because I've been self-employed to varying degrees of success. And I had that office job, and like I got into the 3rd day of it, and I just went absolutely feral. I was like, I can't do this anymore. You know, they wouldn't. I had a mouse that didn't work, and the main job was scrolling through documents, and I asked for a new mouse. I asked for a new mouse, and they said, oh, it might take a while to put that request in. And I was like, I'll just bring my own mouse. And they went, oh, it'll need to be tested to make sure it's safe. I was like, it's a mouse. It's not a bomb. I'm going to bring... And I just brought the mouse in and plugged it in anyway, and they weren't very happy about that. But I was like, I said to them, I want to actually do this job. Otherwise, I'd be sitting here all day.
Yeah,
that's a fair point, Donna. Yeah,
right, Donna. Exactly.
You know,
It's
my son got a
exciting.
job with the government, and it was some top secret squirrel job. And so I asked him, I said, when he interviewed for it, I said, how did you do? He said, I did well. I said, well, what's the job about? And he goes, I don't know. I said, okay, so you interviewed well for a job you know nothing about, and they don't know what it is either. And he says, exactly. And like 8 months later, he got hired, and he went in. He's still in his first few weeks of employment now. And I said, so what do you do? He said, I really don't know, Dad. They gave me a computer and said I had to only come in 1 day a week. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, they compartmentalize stuff like that. So they only give you a little bit of the job. So they have like 5 people doing a job that one guy could do. Because if that one guy did it, he'd know what the actual job was and he might potentially leak it. So they want your son to be confused.
No, we don't want this secret out.
Your entire government rests on your son's confusion.
It could. He's got a DHS email address, Department of Homeland Security. I don't know if I could even talk to him. So
all you've got now is you've got a confused son and a slightly more confused president.
Slightly.
For sure.
Yeah, well, and the other guy that's coming up behind him, I'm kind of, he's just a comedic wonder too. So
what I love about politics is that when the guy or the girl is in charge, we all think this is the worst one ever, and then they find the worst one. They just scrape them off a cave wall somewhere, and they're like, "Here's a lump of flesh we found." Every now and again we tase it, and it looks like it's alive. And everybody's like, "We vote for the lump of flesh."
Now I wonder, how do you all view our politics over there? Because looking at from the inside, it's got some maniacal moments, but from the outside, it has to look even worse.
I do find it quite funny, I'll be honest. It's just funny to look at, and I don't know whether that's because, like, as a poet as well, a lot of poetry nights can be quite politically charged. So when I've gone to poetry nights in the UK, all I hear about is the politics here. So it's kind of a breath of fresh air to know that you've also got lunatics. It's like here it's like every 2 days we've got like a politician's been investigated for some kind of disgusting misconduct. And I know a bit about like Hunter Biden's laptop. I've seen some memes.
Hey, that makes you an expert.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, I have a question for you, Philip, too.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, because you have mentioned in the writer's book that you did. I just think that is just pure genius, how you just mapped it out from the very beginning. How you tell people, number 1 is this. Number 2 was, about when you're doing the writing stuff, put in those headphones, get busy and jam out. And I do the exact same thing when I do my artwork. So that's what I was wanting to know, is what exactly are you jamming out to?
When I'm writing, usually like techno music. So or like a bit of Comtrues as well. I don't know what kind of music you're into, but I like stuff where there's not that many lyrics, because if there's lyrics, I'll get too into it. So I really like David Bowie. I can guess every David Bowie song from the first second. However, I don't listen to him that often, because when I'm writing, which I'm doing more often now, because 1 or 2 people have told me I'm all right at it and I should continue doing it, and I thought, well, fine, I guess. So like when I'm doing it, I can't like have like Genie. I can't have that in the background, because I'll wind up typing that. It gets in my head, so I need to listen. I have to listen to something that's like really stupid if it has lyrics, or really off the wall different to what I usually listen to. So like voice samples I'm fine with. So Comtrues is quite a good synth artist who I listen to a lot. I've actually got a playlist on YouTube for like writing the Earthloop trilogy. That's what I was just getting ready to ask you. Yeah. I've made it public as well, in case anybody ever wants to work out how the inside of my head works.
I love it. I'm definitely going to check it out, because I do the same exact thing when I design my stuff too. And I'm like you. If it has lyrics and all that stuff, I just can't do it the same way as if it's just the techno type of flow that's going on. Then I'm flowing.
Yeah. Do you have different types of music for different scenes or different things you're working on?
Not really. I listen to Closey pretty much all the time. I don't know if you know who she is, but
no, yeah,
like she rocks my socks. Yeah. Closey. Clozee. Yeah, check her out. I actually have a couple of playlists too that are public.
I'm gonna look right now.
Yeah. Awesome.
Listen to you there. I didn't know you were that into the music.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you got to jam out. That's why I really resonated with that in the book. I'm like, man, I'm asking him if he has a playlist and what's on it. Yeah, totally.
What's crazy is I don't even know which book you're referring to, so I must be quite prolific. I've genuinely forgotten which book I wrote that in. Oh, wow.
And you know what? I wrote notes, but I didn't attach it to which book that it was. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that either.
Fair
Lost
enough.
forever.
But it was where you were telling people how to, just sit down and start, so you had these like basic, simple steps to becoming, writing out your ideas to everything that you went through in the gamut. So that's what number 2 was. So I was really impressed with that because number 1 was kind of like a universal, okay, yes, you have to do that. But number 2 just came in clutch because you have to do that second and then you can do the 3, 4, 5. So yeah.
I remember doing that because that was important to me to like have the first one be really basic, so the average person isn't going to be like really shocked by the advice being kind of specific. And then the second point, if it resonates with people, it's really going to resonate. And if they don't like it,
that's what made it brilliant. Yeah, because it was so easy and simplistic, and you're like, that's really all I have to do, right? If I just do what you're telling me to do, I'll get results from that. So I love that. Yeah.
Yeah, it works. Like it's a weird thing because I could make a lot more money if I sold like writing courses to people and just like kind of paywalled that knowledge. But I just think personally, I don't think it's worth that much money. It's like it's one of those things that if you are left alone long enough, you would discover it yourself. So for me, it was self-evident. So I realized when writing the Stephanie glitch, I'll listen to Xanius, the synth pop artist, and when I'm writing Earthloop, it's Comtrues, or sometimes like darker stuff like dark synth. And then when I'm writing certain scenes, they have certain tracks as well. Certain characters have their own playlists. And then I can get into
a playlist for. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
No, I was just saying. So you have a playlist for each book, then?
Yeah, I do. Basically. Yeah, there's a bit of bleed over between them, but I mean, spoiler alert: they all take place in the same universe anyway. There's one character called Lax Morales who he just turns up in all of the books, sometimes uninvited.
Yeah.
And he became a fan favorite. He was actually, it's weird. It's kind of like, Mike from Breaking Bad. He was intended as just being just a background character for 1 or 2 scenes. But then I made it so there's like a bit in one of the time travel stories. If you actually read the chapters in reverse order, you find out he's actually been traveling backwards through time the whole time, and he's just not told anybody. So
wow.
I wrote that into the book, and I told my friend this, who's an editor, and he said, it's going to take people maybe a decade to work that out. And I was like, no, 2 years. And exactly 2 years later, somebody messaged me and said she'd worked it out. and he said why, and he was like, a lot of writers are like, why would you put the effort into a book to write it so there's Easter eggs people can work out years later? And I think, well, that's the difference there psychologically is I want to make a piece of art. Some people want to write because they want to make a product. Good for them. I don't want anything to do with them, to be honest. I just want to make it. I just want to tell a good story. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, oh well, I'll make another one, I guess. just keep pulling the lever. One of them will pay.
Keep knocking.
Yeah.
Right. Keep knocking. Nice. And that's what I was really impressed about too, because I just thought, well, let me go check them out. And then when I went to your authors page on Amazon, I was like, whoa, this dude's been busy. Right? You've been busy over there.
Yeah. There's quite a lot of stuff on that. To be fair, some of them are short stories, but yeah, there's a lot of them. I had
right.
It's not set in stone yet, but one of my most popular stories I put on my Substack, which is just realphillipcarter.substack.com. And that was free for a while, as in like a week. So only about 80 people saw it, but everybody really liked it. I never usually get comments because it's like an email app. A lot of people don't have the app, so they can't comment if they like something. So you're kind of screaming into the void, even if you have like 1,000 subscribers. But it's still a good app at the end of the day. It's just if people don't download it, they just get the emails and they can't really respond in a meaningful way. But like people found their way, like they made the pilgrimage and they commented and said they really like that story. And I thought, you know what, actually, it is really good. And then it got second place in a competition. And then last week I messaged, I don't know if you know, Cinnabon Publishing Company over in America.
I've heard of it, yes.
No.
Yeah, they've picked it up. So it's their baby now. I don't usually do traditional publishing. In fact, I would say that I'm probably biased against it, but I really like them guys. They're really cool. So I was like, you know, I'm never black and white about stuff. Like when I was at university, a lot of the emphasis was on pursuing traditional publishing, and there was a lot in the poetry classes where people would say, you know, it's not a good poetry collection unless it's been published by a publisher. And I think, well, that's a load of crap. That really is, because there's not enough poetry presses to publish all the poets. Like if you go out to just a random pub and ask people if they're poets, they're everywhere. I don't know why they're always in pubs, but that's where I find them. You know, that's a whole subject that's a different episode. That's a Jordan Peterson podcast. Why are the poets always drinking?
They're blues artists over here. So.
They got a lot. Right.
Our Atlanta, they're all rappers. I don't know, but it's a true story. I've picked up so many of them on the ambulance. I couldn't tell you. They get drunk and start fighting. I'm like, oh, all right, I'll go pick one up. So, well, have you ever tried your hand at comic books?
I have, yeah. I've been thinking of getting somebody to do a graphic novel for Earthloop because I really like the idea of breaking the fourth wall, especially because it's time travel. So the idea of somebody jumping from one panel to the next, you know, that's nice and cool. Or like, I mean, this is like sacrilege in the comic community. But if you have the last scene at the end of the book and the first scene at the beginning of the book, but then if you fold the pages and turn the book inside out, you can see a secret story, which is, you know, somebody else is probably going to take that idea way before I have the money to put it together, and that's fine. But
that is too cool. Yeah,
you know, I love stuff like that. It's like, thank you. It's such an existential risk as well, because you're like, I could just make a product that would sell quick and dirty, but my brain just isn't happy. Like I just wake up like grumpy if I write something boring.
You know, did you follow any of the Walking Dead series, TV or comic book series?
I actually only watched the first 6 episodes of it.
It was tough to get through. After that, it started getting better. Yeah, and then they lost me by like season 81. But
yeah, I've seen like clips on YouTube, and I have to ask: is it just a drama now with the occasional zombie?
Well, and they had a love story in there too. So yeah, it gets a little odd. But everybody, you know, the comic book, he killed it. Like episode or book, I want to say like 83 or something. It was 183. It wasn't. He didn't make it into the real high numbers, and everybody was like, "Well, how are we gonna know what?" The answer was how they got, you know, how they had the virus, how they became zombies, what happened to this guy. And he just made an off comment in one of the little blurbs that they put at the end of the comic book. He says, well, there's a real simple solution. I will show the first frame in the comic book that we started whacking whatever year. He said, and I'll show the last frame, and it'll be him opening his eyes going, I'm in a hospital? That was just all a dream? Oh my God, he pissed off fandom so bad just by that like one little blurb. Yeah. They're like, you can't do that. You've had this hook for years.
No, yeah, that's such a funny trope as well. As I love breaking stuff like that down. You know, the whole it was all a dream. Everybody when they write like their first short story, that's kind of how they do stuff, and it's weird. It's almost as if like when you're like as a kid, maybe as like a young adult, when you're first learning to have an imagination again. It's almost as if you only allow yourself to write weird stuff as long as it was imaginary. And I'm like, it's already a story. You don't need to make it imaginary twice. It doesn't need to be all a dream. You know? Like somebody asked me about one of my stories. I was like, how does the physics work in this story where robot crabs cut weekends in half? And I'm like, I have no idea. But it was fun. You know, as long as the logic in the story makes sense, as long as it doesn't break its own rules. That's kind of why I don't write fantasy, because I think it'd be too easy for me to just go, And now the dragons have more legs than they did in the last chapter for reasons I can't be bothered to describe. And it's like, I know, like I love my fantasy writer friends, but if I was given that much free, I think I need the constraints of science fiction because it's fun to break them.
Yes.
I've made my bio by writing Instagram, like I am here to make science fiction weirder, because I've got a lot of you get a lot of comments from people where they're like, oh, I find science fiction's a bit weird, and I'm like, I don't care, you're not my target audience, I'm going to make it weirder. I'm going to make you dislike it more. Right? Deal with it.
And you're going to come back for more.
Yeah.
That's the great part. We interviewed Jonathan Mayberry a few months ago, and I don't know if you know him, but he's written a lot of science fiction and things. He's out of California. He's a West Coast person, and he told us that he still had in his brain like 10 books that he just hadn't got around to typing out. And I find it amazing how people have that skill where they can just bang out, 600-page books and be like, oh, that was cool. That was a good story. And that is a talent you all have. It's a gift.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it definitely is. Like, what was his name again?
Jonathan Mayberry.
Jonathan Mayberry.
He's done a lot for Marvel. Oh, he's done Marvel, DC. He's written his own series. I'm trying to think. He's got I want to say it's a time traveling detective that he does now. That's real famous, but he's like, I just got him stored in my brain. And Donna asks, has anyone watched the Netflix series Dark? It has a unique take on time travel. I have not watched that.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's really good. It jumps the shark at the end, but in a way that oddly enough didn't irritate me, and I'm really irritable when it comes to time travel stories, because obviously, like, I'm writing my own in a way that one of my best friends has described as completely delusional. I'm actually, behind me I've got my Lego collection. It will soon be covered up by the largest corkboard I found on Amazon, and I'm gonna plot it out with red string. I'm gonna drink heavily. I can't smoke weed. I live with my mum at the moment. She said she'd be too tempted to try it herself. So I'm gonna be. It's a real thing. She actually said that. I always tell people when I do stand up, she's funnier than me. She just doesn't go outside.
But that's why moms are comedians. Yeah, that's an inspo.
I mean, like, Dark is an amazing show. It's fantastic. But yeah, mum is really funny. I remember when I started getting into writing novels, she was like the only person that really gave a shit. So sorry, but she was the only person who really cared. And so I'd tell her about it, and she used to fall asleep. And I realized when I was about like 17, 18, I asked her about it, and she said, "I'm not bored. Your voice is just really relaxing." So if I talk for long enough just on my own, people just fall asleep. And I realized that happened in college as well. Like, if I was just sat with people, they'd just fall asleep on me.
It's psychologist.
It's such a weird thing, because like I look like Bigfoot's lost cousin, and I have the power to just like send people into the astral plane. Like, so I've always wanted to have, I've got my own podcast, but I've always wanted to have my own little TV show where I just get to come out with stuff and just see how people react to it, because it's a lot of fun. I've got a friend who's a psychic here in the UK, and I freaked her out the other day because we both want to. I don't know if you know of Graham Norton, the TV presenter here in the UK. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's. I don't know. Fair enough. Well, he's 50% well known, apparently. Yeah. But I've wanted to meet him for years. I love his TV show, The Graham Norton Show, and that's why I named my show The Phillip Carter Show, not just out of arrogance, but out of like, sort of tip of the hat kind of thing. And also because I'm the only person that's on it sometimes. So if I named it anything else, it might confuse people. But it used to be called Strange Stories. Yeah, it used to be called Strange Stories with Phillip Carter. And then some people started messaging me going, we don't have any strange stories. Can we come on the podcast anyway? And I realized that for every one of those people, there's going to be somebody else who thinks of asking that question, but is too nervous and never speaks to me. So I need to make it sound more accessible. But yeah, I really love his thing. Anyway, I was saying to Ruth the other day, I really want to go on the Graham Norton show. And she said, right, well, let's try and manifest that, because she's a professional psychic. I'm a feral psychic, is how I describe myself. So I'll just have insights like, yeah, definitely better than Piers Morgan. 100% talk TV. Absolutely, yeah. We have very varied opinions of him here in the UK, most of which involve a lot of swearing. Like an unreasonable amount, like it would make you physically ill to hear it. But yeah, like so yeah, I said I want to meet Graham Norton, and I said to Ruth about 6 months ago, we're going to meet him in November, and she went, well, my cousin lives on his street in Ireland, because he has a house in Ireland, and her cousin lives on the same street, and she went, maybe we'll bump into him then. And I went, no, I feel that would be a bit weird. I'd come across as a kind of stalkerish fan. I want to meet him where we're kind of like not really equals, but where we're in the same room voluntarily, and I'm not just chasing him through a street like that. You know, Graham, sign my face. Yeah,
the feral side comes out.
Yeah, like I've got this surgical scalpel. Sign my back. But so I said, but we've got to meet him on his terms. You know, I want him to be happy to meet us. I don't want to be like weird fans. Whenever I see like a celebrity out and about, which happens every now and again. Because the BBC moved into my town recently because the rent's cheaper. So you see people every now and again, but I just don't talk to them because I'm like, you know, they've probably had a really busy day. So I thought, right, we're going to meet Graham. I'm getting to the point. I thought, we'll meet Graham Norton. I said, we'll meet him in November. It'll be this year. And then Ruth texted me the other day and she went, are you free on the 25th of November? And I said, let me guess. And she went, yeah, go on, have a psychic impression. I said, is it something to do with a red chair and a spinning circle? And she messaged me back and she went, yes, it's Graham Norton's Wheel of Fortune, a show which I didn't even know existed, because I basically don't watch TV anymore because I'm trying to write 14 books at the same time. So if I just don't watch TV, because if I did, the number would go back into single digits.
Yeah, agreed. Totally.
But yeah, that was a really weird kind of, I don't know if it was a psychic experience or what. I just sort of manifested. I don't know if we're going to meet him, but we're going to watch his show live, and that's good enough for me. You know, that's
and that's the way it works.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's
I wouldn't survive the big red chair.
it's manifesting. It's manifesting. That's the way it happens sometimes, you know. So
right, exactly.
Definitely.
And occasionally, it doesn't hurt just to ask. I mean, I couldn't tell you. I've asked tons of celebrities. I've asked tons of people. I get turned down a lot, but every now and then, people say yes. So, or they're drunk when they
the
commit.
law of averages, right?
Yeah,
so yeah,
you got the law of averages.
Like you were saying about the show name, you know, we are the Para OR Normal, and everybody's like, oh, well, that's about, you know, all about ghosts and Bigfoot and all that. I said, no. I said, we're more like an entertainment show with a paranormal side. I said, the premise is one person usually will believe the story and the other one won't. And I used to be the one that fell for everything. I was a sucker, and then it kind of changed after a period of time. I'm like, I don't know. That sounds a little hokey to me. And so, you know your audience, and I don't know. And we've got you coming on here, so we got to be doing great. So.
Oh, cheers, man.
Right?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun being on here. I mean, I've wanted to be on this like as soon as I heard about it, because I thought, well, that's the weirdest podcast name ever. I just knew it'd be, you know, it's good branding. I just knew it'd be fun. Oh, Jill's fallen asleep, unfortunately. Apparently.
Oh no! We've put you. It's your voice.
Yeah.
It's your voice. We'll have to,
it's definitely the voice, not the fact it took me half an hour to finish the Graham Norton story. But there's just so much context behind that. It was absolutely wild to me, because like I stayed up that night. I was like genuinely unsettled by how well I'd predicted it. I was like, this goes against everything I don't believe in. It's like I
That's
was like
true.
an atheist. You see a ghost, and you just think, "Well, I'm just going to have to pretend I didn't see that." Right?
I try.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, with some of your stories having a lot of truths to them, which ones would you like to share one with us? Maybe a paranormal experience?
Yeah, I can share a paranormal story with you. I could possibly also read a poem about the universe that I wrote on the train today, or a short story. But I'm not very good at doing the character voices, so I'm going to go for the. I'll go for the paranormal story.
All
So
right.
we'll start with a weirder one. So when I was a kid, my dad used to have a massive like portable camera. How, like VHS cameras used to be, and it
Yeah, they were huge.
it had a removable battery. And we were on holiday once, and I hadn't gone to the beach yet. I was unpacking the stuff. I was at the flat, like at the lodge we were at, whatever it was called. And my dad took my little brother on a walk to the beach with a camera to record stuff. He come back in the evening, and he was really upset that he'd lost his camera battery, had fallen off on the beach. And I hadn't gone with him, so it was just him and my brother had gone. And the next morning, because the tide had come in, so we had to wait for the tide to come back out. And everybody was saying, well, the battery will be gone now because the tide's coming in and out. And he said, no, it wouldn't have been that high because it's like it was winter and the tides weren't as high. And he had us all combing the beach, and he wasn't pleasant about it. He was quite snappy. Had us all walking single file, looking underneath every rock, looking like underneath everything, looking through the bracken and like the marram grass and all of that. And I just thought, I've got a really bad headache, and I started having a really bad pain there. And this is before I knew what synesthesia was. I started seeing green waves like running across the rocks towards me. And I thought, I don't really want to talk to my parents about this, because at the time, you as a teenager, if you have like one slightly unusual experience, I don't know, maybe I was just anxious. I was like, I don't want to get sectioned for this. I don't want to put in a straitjacket because I've seen some green lines, But they kept coming at me, and I realized that they were all coming from one place, like kind of emanating out like ripples. So then I just thought, right, well, maybe the battery's there. Maybe I'm picking up where the battery is. And I just had this image of the battery being under a quite large disc-shaped rock. And I broke from my family, and I walked ahead, and my dad was really angry at me. I won't repeat what he said, but he wasn't happy. And I ran ahead about 50 meters, and I just put my hand under the first rock that, like, where all the green waves were coming from, and I pulled the battery out. And he said, like, how the F have you done that? And, he was raised a Catholic. He didn't much like it. It was basically witchcraft. And I didn't actually work out. Oh, you'll like this then, Donna, because, you might see that as a paranormal experience, but because I've got synesthesia, I later learned that all humans can actually detect electromagnetic fields. And there's been cases where, like, there was a 4-poster bed in a castle in Edinburgh which was made out of metal, and because it was made out of metal, it actually had a faint electromagnetic field around it, and if people visiting the castle were anywhere near that bed, they would see ghosts. So there is an electromagnetism link. So I think what I was seeing was the electromagnetism coming off the battery. I wasn't seeing it because you can't see it, but I've got synesthesia. So my brain took the electric signal, turned it into visual. So I'm basically clairvoyant in a scientific way, which is fun.
Nice.
But really, really, really hard to explain when you're doing stand-up. People are, are you trying to... Is this a parody of really mentally ill people? I'm like, no, it actually happened. I didn't believe it for 8 years.
You're making fun of the nutters?
Yeah.
The clairvoyant nutters.
They'll cancel you.
It's clairvoyant. Right.
No, you can't call them. Just call them normally challenged.
Yeah,
generally challenged. They're just generally challenged. Like most things, they just find challenging. Not biting people on the bus. That's a challenge.
Nice, Donna. All right.
You've obviously been on the subways over here, so.
Yeah, well, I actually hope to go on them at some point soon. I've kind of manifested money, luckily, at the moment. I say that I've been selling some of those guys, but I was in my overdraft, as all postgraduate students are in the UK, especially if you've got an arts degree. Like, what the hell are you going to do with that? Write 14 books at the same time and not sleep, apparently.
It's like political science here, so yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
At what point of politics is anything related to science at all? It's such a weird thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We'll get Ross will probably be in the studio throwing things at the camera for me to bring him on. So
I annoyed a guy a while ago at an open mic because he was talking about degrees, and this guy said he did women's studies, and I went, "Is that your way of saying you're a creep?" No, he didn't like it.
It's not true, though.
I mean, the fact that he was incredibly offended by it.
Jeff Foxworthy, this might be your sign.
All I'm saying is, if somebody did that with me, I would have found it funny. I wouldn't have been offended.
Right.
Because it's like,
weirdly
that's
offended.
the thing with jokes. It's like when people are like offended by it. Yeah, exactly. Weirdly offended. It's like, it's a bit suspicious how offended some people are.
Right. Yep. Yeah, it's very much Freudian telltale sometimes. Right.
Yeah. It's a really interesting thing. Yeah.
Definitely. That body language says a lot.
It sounds like you and Donna have a connection down there. She was selling it. She gets it all. She will be your audience. So that's great.
Yeah, Donna seems like precisely my target audience.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I want to ask Donna actually, if you're still here, like what type of synesthesia do you have? Because mine's like mainly visual, audio, visual, and I didn't realize like it's not actually classed as a disability in the UK. But I struggle to keep like a regular job sometimes because if stuff's really noisy, like I just won't be able to read. And I'm a writer, for Christ's sakes. Like I kind of need to read every day. But I turned up like an hour late to my friend's comedy gig once. Luckily, he started an hour late as well, so I turned up just in time. But there was like church bells, really loud, and I basically couldn't read Google Maps. It was all just really wiggly, and I was really upset. There's like this one time where I'm actually going to be serious. It really upset me because I called my mum and I went, I think I'm stupid. And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, I can't read the map. I'm lost in the middle of Salford. And she had to like call me back and like go on her computer and help me get to the gig. And I came out and she picked me up in Manchester and she said, I think you might be disabled. And I was like, thanks, Mum.
It's a polite way for your mom saying you're retarded.
Yeah.
Oh, I said the R word.
I always had my suspicions when you started eating the loft insulation, but now I'm certain.
It was the lead paint that really kicked it in for the chocolate chips.
Yeah. My heating's just kicked in. I've just gone red in the face. I've been wearing my nightgown the whole podcast. Now dressed up. It's like I didn't have the heating on, and it's just come on because it's 2 a.m. That's when the cat likes to be nice and warm. Because we've got our priorities right in this house.
You have to, yeah.
He
probably runs the house. So.
Yeah, he actually wakes me up dead at 4 a.m. every day.
It must be a cat thing. Mine, if he falls asleep on the bed in our bedroom, he's got the 4 a.m. nut punch down pat. And I'm not sure how he does it. If he's on top of the roof, hanging from the ceiling fan, all 4 paws directly on the nuts. And before I could sit up swinging and yelling his name, he is across the room. It's like...
It's incredible because my boy, we call him Mr. Wiggles because he's a boy and he likes to wiggle. It's a very complicated name that we have a very complicated naming system here. But he always goes for the right nut. I don't know. He's never attacked the left one. I don't know why that is, but
this is why I don't have any pets. I don't own any.
I'm telling you, I think it's a cat thing. And my cat's name is Squatch. He's a polydactyl. He's a Hemingway cat, so he's got the really big
that's
footprint. Yeah, so yeah, he has got. It's a 4 a.m. thing. I'm like, I can tell it. He's got his cup of coffee in one hand, his newspaper under his arm. He's headed to the shitter. So,
Donna's suffering all kinds of torment from the universe.
Yeah, she was saying she sees energy in general, and she's legally blind, and sometimes the glowing energy can actually does interfere with her vision. So.
Yeah, you'll get like visual migraines. Like I've been thinking of like potentially like getting diagnosed with ADHD or autism or something, and then I realized I absolutely don't want to be nailed down, because like when I had this office job, there was someone really nice that was like sat across from me, and she just asked me what my pronouns were, and immediately I was like, I'm fairly left wing, but I was like, I find that to be an incredible intrusion into my privacy for some reason, even though I don't have any. I just don't believe in them. I don't get them. I don't understand them. It's like iPhones. I don't have any issues with people that have them, but they confuse the hell out of me. So I'm like, we can coexist. But it was really interesting, because I said to her, I was like, I just want you to know me as Phil. And she was like, but do you identify as like she, her, or he, him? And I was like, I identify as a writer who sometimes does funny stuff, and everything else, if I wanted people to remember one thing, I just want them to remember that I write stuff, and sometimes it's good. That's literally
fair
it.
enough.
But it's really interesting. So like I was talking to my doctor about it, and he said, well, you could get an ADHD diagnosis, but you're 31 years old and male, so you're not really in a risky group. So they in the UK, because it's pretty much free, if they think you've got a chance of like turning murderous, you get a doctor quicker, basically. So it's like, you don't need an ADHD diagnosis, you're doing okay. And I was like, well, I can't hold a job down, and I'm writing 14 books to keep myself calm, which, by the way, would kill the average person. Meanwhile, I can't really deal with crowds. And he's like, but you work as a comedian. I'm like, but I'm in charge of the crowd. I have a competitive advantage. They're at face kicking height if they start kicking off. Whereas if I'm in the crowd, I've not got that combative edge that you need. When you're stood on the stage, if someone starts coming for you, you can get the moves out. I don't have any moves, but I could come up with them. I could improvise.
Right.
Yeah, just throw a table at them and start screaming. But yeah,
I can tell you have an improv niche. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much all I ever do. But so I was talking to the doctor on the phone. He said it could take 6 to 9 months to get diagnosed. And I said, but I might be a different man by then. and he burst out laughing and just went, "Okay, Philip." And that's the last time I've spoken to him. So
he's transferred.
I think he knows that like by the time we next see each other, I'll probably be like, "Oh, I think I've got more legs than I should have," and he's like, "I just can't deal with this. I don't know. I don't want to speak to you ever again."
That's the one doctor that roams the country is incredibly burnt out, right? So
yeah, it's entirely my fault. Yeah.
I think if there was more people like you in the world, we'd all be smiling and laughing and having a good time. So.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah.
Well, Jill says you have a very sexy voice, even though you're making her fall asleep. Is that a compliment or?
I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah. I have been asked to do audiobooks by people. Somebody told me to get an OnlyFans for my voice. Ringo Starr, I've never heard that before. But I did live in Liverpool for 3 years. So when I get excited, I do get a bit scoused sometimes. It comes and goes. It's weird because like when I was a kid, I used to have a really heavy Irish accent, and I had Irish family, but I never met them. I met them later on in my life, and then I realized that I was just born with an Irish accent. It was just like hardware. Such a weird, and I like gone Liverpool. But sometimes when I do comedy, if I'm doing the darker stuff, I kind of go a bit Scottish, and I think, have I just watched too much Frankie Boyle? Am I just like acquiescing?
It's a DNA. Yeah. You get the strong DNA they're pulling you. So
I don't know which. I honestly don't know which one of these messages is more flirtatious. Gillis says that I have a sexy voice and I make her fall asleep, but Donna has a chair named after me.
I didn't see that one. My son was named Philip,
Yeah,
and she likes to lay it. All right, I'm going to leave that one alone.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I love
that.
I've got to take a picture of that. Is fantastic.
Yeah, that'll be in your stand-ups. There's just
that's working its way in.
And I've been meaning to say this for a while, but I got sidetracked. If anybody wants to call and has a question for Philip, you're more than welcome to call in. 1-888-88-YERGS. That's 1-888-88. I think I had enough eights in there. Yergz, YERGZ. We are live on Live 365. Make sure to download the app and tune into Yergz Radio, and we're on it every Wednesday night. So if you got a question for Philip or you just want to hear his sexy voice whispering into your ear. So.
Yeah. Oh, named after a cat in the Mighty Boosh. Oh, nice. I watched that a lot when I was a teenager. I will admit I was incredibly jealous of him because I used to write sketch shows, and when I watched the Mighty Boosh, I was a very grumpy 14-year-old, and I was like, I could do better than this. I couldn't at the time. Perhaps now I could, but back then I was like, you know what you're like as like a creative person when you're a teenager. You're either suicidally depressed or incredibly arrogant, and I managed to be both at the same time. Which was, it made nights out interesting, but everything else was a chore.
Yeah, right.
I remember
genius.
Yeah. Like I was talking to like one of my comedy friends, Remy, about it the other day, and I said, like, whenever I have a low point, I know that I'm either going to have a really good idea or some weird stuff's going to happen. And I had a really low point the other week, and then I find out I'm going to like not hang out with, but be in the same room as Graham Norton watching him do his thing live, which for me, like wanting to present and wanting to do comedy, that's better than a university course, like 2 hours of watching someone actually do the thing. And then like, weirdly enough, the way I learn from it is I think, well, I don't want to do what he's doing because then I'll be copying him. So it's kind of like, when I'm exploring, it's like you're in a labyrinth of stuff and you don't want to bump against the walls. You want to kind of find your own path based on what other people are doing, but not stick yourself to what other people are doing.
Well, and I also say that imitation spawns originality because it's somebody's idea somewhere that spawns it within this, and then that spawns it to a whole different thing. So I think it's good to take those pointers and use them.
Yeah, because I really love his format and like how he has different people on. He has all kinds of different people on all the time, and I wanted to do that. Mine was originally like just talking to authors, but I felt it was getting a bit salesy. I noticed like the views were dipping a bit whenever somebody had a book launch, and I thought, well, it's becoming an advert now, really. And a lot of my author friends are really funny, clever people, and I'm like, right, I want you on my podcast, but don't mention your book. And they're like, what do you mean? I went, you'll sell more copies if it just surprises people. And that's works for me. Like the only advert I've had that was actually really successful just said, my book can make your girlfriend laugh and you can't. How does that make you feel?
That's great.
And it's just like, it's really mean. And I like promoted it on Facebook and some guy got really angry about it. And I was like, well, you're not my target audience. The only issue with that is you get charged like 11 pence every time somebody comments on the damn thing. So I had to turn that off pretty quick. It's not good if you do dark comedy and you kind of just rage farm on Facebook. That's my version of Farmville, is just annoy as many racists as possible in as little time as possible.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah,
that's great. One of my favorite shows from over there is The Misfits. I love that, and it was only out for like 4 or 5 seasons at most, and it was a great. Did you ever watch that? Or
I watched a bit of it, but I'll be honest, it was when I was a teenager and I was quite drunk.
Well, you were probably that angry kid that was in that about that time.
Yeah. The Misfits was good. I really like the In-Betweeners. I have also seen the American In-Betweeners, and I want to say, at risk of severing our cultural relations, your version of the In-Betweeners is trash. It's the worst thing ever made. It causes me spiritual pain. It's just because the jokes are just redone, and I'm like, I know, like, Americans are funny people. Like, why did anybody greenlight this? It's just the same show, but they've butchered the jokes. I don't get it. I'm like, why didn't they just pay for the rights to just broadcast the UK version? That said, there was like, I think there was one good bit in the second episode, but it was just like kind of weirdly uncomfortable. But in the UK, like, some of our humor is making people like deliberately uncomfortable. And some of it's like it's painful, like some Mr. Bean things, like it takes him so long to get something done. And in the in-betweeners as well, there's like really awkward moments, and it's just absolutely beautiful. There's a scene where the lads get stuck on a boat, and a fish jumps onto the boat, and they've got I can't remember his name, but one of the characters is like quite dim, and they don't know how to get rid of the fish that's jumped onto the boat. So his solution is to punch it to death, and it's like it's a 2-minute long scene, and it's genuinely horrible. But after it's over, it's hilarious. But at the time, you just sat watching TV like, because it's really realistic.
Right.
Oh yeah, I didn't know there was. I forgot there was an American IT crowd.
We would have PETA called on you over here for that if you did that. So
yeah, at the risk of waking my mum up, who's asleep, through that very small and thin wall back there, I'll give Donna a surprise. I can do an impression of Matt Berry from the IT crowd.
Okay.
Hell's horses! Please be my sexy dead wife. Yeah, I love Peep Show as well. Peep Show's fantastic. One of my favorite shows. My favorite quote from that's you're gonna have to pay to have that snake dry cleaned. somebody vomits on Super Hans' snake, and it's fantastic. I love that.
You've made Donna's night, so
that's good. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Well, I was trying to think. We also did the science fiction thing with Doctor Who, but they bounced around with so many doctors. I kind of got lost in that. So
it's interesting, that, isn't it? Because like Disney's got the rights to Doctor Who now, so I'm thinking, is Jodie Whittaker a Disney princess?
I don't know.
But how do they get the rights to that, but they don't have the rights to Spider-Man? I don't understand.
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. But I just want to see Mickey Mouse turn up in Doctor Who and Doctor Who freak out and just like beat the crap out of him.
That would be amazing.
This is the most dangerous animal in the universe. Just going for it.
A talking mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Disney owns the rights to most everything, so that would be pretty good to see. Or maybe did you get into any of the Marvel stuff where they did the 21-year war that just came into an end in Endgame? Did you watch any of those? The Iron Man, those things.
Fair enough, Jill. I actually struggled to get through. I mean, like Jill not being able to stand Doctor Who, I genuinely struggled to get through Marvel movies. I really struggle. I watched the first 2 Iron Man movies, and they were enjoyable. But yeah, beyond that, it just feels a bit like, the card game Top Trumps.
Yes.
It's kind of like if somebody wrote a script about that. It's like I've got the red man, and he can shoot rocks out of his ears, and then the other guy's got the blue man, and he can scream really loud, and birds attack people when he screams. And then they're like, right, let's make 17,000 movies about these 2 guys arguing, and I'm like, why?
And now we've got, since it's owned by Disney, we have TV shows to go with it. So
yeah. Like, I like the idea of superheroes. Maybe I'm writing one myself with Lax Morales, who, spoiler alert, he's a shape-shifting crab from outside of time.
I'm hooked.
But, he turns into a human. He's pretty much in there. I'll sneak Jill into. You'll find your way into a joke at the very least, definitely. But yeah, it's yeah. So like Lax Morales is kind of a superhero. He's not got superhuman strength. He's a shapeshifter, and I quite like the idea of like trying to explain that in a way that's almost like it's almost scientific. So he is a shapeshifter, but he uses nanotechnology to shapeshift. And when he's in human form, he's not having a great time. And as he gets older, he does age, obviously, because you'd think a shape-shifting animal might not age because it could just rearrange its cells. It could just regenerate its cells potentially. So,
Right.
but I thought, what if when he's older? So he goes back in time like 3 times, which is why there's an Earth Loop trilogy. So he lands on Earth in 1947 in Roswell, and he lives until 2016, and then goes back in time to 1947, and then book 2 starts, and then he lives until 2016 and goes back into 1947, book 3 starts. And there's a point at the end where he meets his alternate selves in a diner, and he tries to tell his past self something to help him solve a puzzle, but his past self is too drunk to listen to him, so they just beat each other up. And I just think that's hilarious. Like in the middle of a very dark science fiction trilogy, that he's just kicking the crap out of himself. Because all things are possible with time travel. It's entirely possible in time travel, and nobody's written this before. I have, but it's entirely possible to be your best friend's dad and him to be your dad. Because if you both travel back in time, and maybe across state borders, so you don't have to witness each thing going on. You could potentially, be each other's fathers, which is interesting. But there's a lot of like
could explain
weird,
West Virginia. Huh?
There's a lot of there's a lot of weird. Yeah, we've got somewhere like that here. It's called New Mills, and like we always say that people have webbed feet there. But to be fair, it's kind of a weird thing to say because Britain's always wet. Like we should all have webbed feet. Like I've got really fancy jackets I wear to gigs, and I'm tired of them getting wet. I'm like, I definitely need an umbrella. Like I don't actually have a coat. I'm too fancy. I just keep forgetting to buy practical stuff. I just like walk around like an Edwardian.
All those Legos back there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dark broke my brain as well. But like the third did it have a third series? The bit where like there's a little bit of, not really a spoiler alert, they talk about interdimensional travel. So they've got time travel, and that's complicated, and the script is incredible how everything like loops back, because it's not just one character going back in time, which is what I'm doing, where there's 3 characters that go back in time. I don't want to spoil who, but in Dark it's literally everyone goes back in time to different points, and they just mess with it, and there's like a third world, and then there's a kind of quantum collapse of these alternate timelines, which is how I interpreted it. So it ends with this collapse where it all goes into like the final timeline. And I want Earthloop is kind of like a grittier version of that, where it's deterministic time travel. So Lax Morales goes back in time and he tries to unruin some of the stuff he's ruined when he's been on Earth. And he can't go back in time and change it, because going back in time, he just gets to witness him doing it again, because he can't change the past. So it kind of becomes like an existential story as well, about if you can't change the past, how can you make the future any better? So like time travel's not futile, because you can go back and learn stuff. You can go back and set up traps for aliens, perhaps, that they don't know about. And that's a lot of fun, because I had the first chapter of it published on my Substack the other day, and people really seem to love it. And it's about like Lax and his arch nemesis called Fixer, who's a reptilian alien, and they're just arguing with each other in a restaurant. But that first scene is actually set after all the other events in the books. So I needed to know how all the other books pan out before I could even write that scene, because each line of dialogue is actually a spoiler, and you don't know it's a spoiler until you get 100,000 words through, and you're like, oh, she was talking about that in the first chapter, and I didn't even notice. I love stuff like that. I think that's but that's maybe that's like the sci stuff. Like I love those kind of coincidences. So I think writing them into a book, whilst quite a technical challenge, I'll be honest, because it's hard enough to do it, it's then harder to make it fun. Like Who Built the Humans, you can read the chapters in Who Built the Humans in any order and it still makes some sense. That was not easy. It absolutely was not easy. But the idea was like, I wanted to write a book that people with ADHD or people that are like on a busy train, they could read a chapter, put it down, and the chapters are self-contained, so you don't have a loose end, so you don't like lose your progress. Because I hate that in books. It makes sense for the writer because it's easier to write it where it's just a continuous line. But for the reader, you know, you're not going to sit and read a 300-page book in one sitting. It's not going to happen. So like, I've got a, not to sales pitch, but I've got like, these haven't sold. I was selling signed ones and I've still got them lying about. So I had like there's an introduction, and then you've got all the different chapters. And then on top of that, at the end of some of the stories, you've got like, this universe is continued on page 53. So if you're really in love with one of the stories and you want to follow it to the next chapter isn't actually on the next page. The idea being that if you read from left to right without paying attention to those signs, it feels like you're watching 11 sci-fi stories at the same time, in a way that's not overwhelming for people. And I remember pitching it to one of my friends in marketing, and he said I was insane. He said, just split it into 7 books. I went, no, people need to understand that it's like, it is one like big story. So at the back, there's even like a manual for, you know, if you miss a story, you can hop back. So it tells you, you know,
cool.
like which stories in which universe. For the special edition, I'm going to have like an actual like little planets and stuff, which should be out by Christmas, but it really depends on whether or not I actually remember to hit the publish button. Again, undiagnosed ADHD, you know, you never know what's going to happen. I can write a book, I can't remember an appointment, so...
That's great. Have you ever heard of Harry Turtledove? He writes alternate history. He writes alternate history with a science fiction twist.
Yeah.
And he does a lot of stuff, and he plays with the butterfly system. And one of my favorite books that he did was called Guns of the South. And he took and studied and researched, I think he's also a history professor, the Civil War. And he picked a time when he was going to put in characters, and they were going to change the course so that the South won the war. And cool. He went in there, and it turned out at the end, they were like trying to figure out, because they were getting machine guns and stuff. And the other side was developing them like 2 years later during the war. They were like, you know, picking them up from soldiers and stuff. And it was really a good story. And he even got so far into it, of course, you know, me being a paramedic, he was diagnosing Robert E. Lee's heart condition, and said if he had only had nitroglycerin, he probably would have lived a lot longer. And I'm like, that's crazy. So, and he did a lot of really cool things with it. And it ended up going into, I think, a trilogy. And yeah, it ended up, it was the Nazis that went back to change the course of the war. And then that rolled into World War II or one and then two. And so, yeah, it takes a lot to do that stuff.
Yeah, it really does. So there's a butterfly effect in that, but the very fact of going back kind of puts some events in motion that are the same events they kind of went back to change. I love stuff like that. I absolutely love it. Yeah. I mean, there's one chapter in Earthloop. Earthloop's kind of like a more modular version of Who Built the Humans, where there's the 3 books, and you have to read them in the right order this time. I'm not going to blow my mind open again. the fact that the whole story is time travel is complicated enough. Like, I kind of, as a writer, I think I like these little devices and these clever bits. I don't want to put them all in one book, because then I'm just basically selling a migraine to people. I'm like, you know, we'll have one weird thing is cool. 25 weird things is like a diagnosis. You know, like,
I call those rules.
You know, like you need a little quirk. You need a quirk every now and again. But yeah, in Earthloop, there's rhymes between the chapters. So the chapter titles, because I'm actually pitching it to TV at the moment. I'm planning to get it turned into a TV series, but it needs to be a book first. Spiritually, I feel it needs to be a book first. It wouldn't make sense as a script, but it will make sense as an adaptation. I don't know how to explain that. I just feel it. But so there's like series 1, episode 1 is called Pilot, and then the first chapter of the second book is called Passenger. So there's like sort of conceptual rhymes between them, and there's like one chapter which is called Keg and one which is called Gunpowder, and that kind of thing. There's one called there's one called Cause, one called Effect. But obviously the chapter called Effect comes first because time travel. And there's a lot of stuff like that. And like even in the very first chapters where like the Professor Nori Furukawa, before he's even a professor, he's going to like philosophy lectures. He's learning about simulation theory. He's researching UFOs and stuff, and he's going through all of that. There's other characters in the background that are kind of like minor characters, and then later on you realize that they were actually really important and kind of not nudging him along a certain path, but making sure he was in the right place at the right time. It's like just,
Nice.
the occasion, like time travelers, not just going back and shooting people, but going back and getting in your way in a train station. So like little bits of butterfly effects, like really sneaky stuff. I love stuff like that. Oh,
I like that.
Jill wants to know if you're
Yeah,
showing
that's super
spirits.
cool.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Nikki about that here in a minute. One last question before we get off time travel. Do you believe it's possible?
Yes, 100%. For information, definitely possible to travel faster than light, or perhaps backwards. I've had a precognitive experience in 2019 that completely confirmed my belief in time travel. I couldn't be skeptical anymore. Do I have time to explain it? It'll take about 10 minutes. Do you want to do the spirits and then we'll do the time travel? I love that sentence. That's a great sentence. I'd say we'll do spirits for Jill. Oh, whatever you think. Yeah.
Well, if Nikki wants to do one, that's fine with me. If you want to hang in, do you have anywhere to go, Philip, or you want to hang out for a while?
No, I'm cool. I'm running off adrenaline. It's 2:30 in the morning right now. This is when I usually write, so I'm the most awake you're going to get me.
Oh, heck yeah. All right. Well, let Nikki, she's going to show us some things, and you'll probably actually like this too, Philip. She'll have to explain this process. I'm not 100% clear on it. I've seen it, but I don't understand it. So it's kind of weird. So just brace yourself for weird. Hey, you are on the Para OR Normal show, so,
Right.
you never know what we're going to do. And also, Nikki got a... Oh, wait a minute. She's already got me a screen to share here. So hold on. Let's give this to her. And Nikki had a caller earlier. If she wants to call back, or we can call her, either one. But go ahead with what you're going to do real quick, Nikki.
Real quick.
Well, I mean, I don't mean like run through it, but yeah, first you got to explain it to everybody. Well, probably not your audience, but to most of mine.
Right. Okay, well, that sounds great. I would love to. I actually just shared a screen that I can't share some other photos because I'm sharing just the one screen. So I'm going to try to work with just that one screen. So,
Okay.
so what I do is Soul Portraits by Spirit. And what that is, it's the ability to be able to see the dearly departed in their loved ones' photographs. So it's basically an ability that everybody actually has. And recently it just came to me and I realized that, this is why pareidolia, if you guys know what that is, I'm sure you do. Mm. I really truly believe that this is kind of why we have that, ability. Kind of everybody talks about it. It's something that people, it's in the forefront as soon as somebody says that they see something. So, that's really stood out to me today. That would be significant to go ahead and bring up with everybody because I think that that's kind of the intro. I don't know, because, like everybody else who's doing, things in this nature, it's always a matter of trial and error and, really just experimenting with certain things to see what it can actually do. So there's a lot more that's waiting to be discovered, but this is where we're going to start because this is where I kind of got brought in. So,
okay.
So yeah, it started for me in 2015. So I really got real serious about it in 2020, and I've been, just exploding with it ever since. So it's definitely taken a lot of years to get where I'm at. So, and I do have a surprise for Julia. She's got to run. She has to be at work at 5:30 in the morning. So that's what I kind of wanted to open up with. Yeah, right. She's so sweet for coming and doing this because I'm like early this morning, I have a surprise for you. Will you come? So she's been waiting like all day. She has no clue what I'm about to show her.
And here I go and offend her home state. I'm sorry, Julia. It was just a joke. I actually like West Virginia. So.
Right. That's why, I love West Virginia. I spent a lot of time in West Virginia as a child. So, Even when you said it, I was like, oh, don't do us like that, right? I knew
I
Julia
usually
was
say
listening
Kentucky
too.
too, so because there's some nutcases
Right.
up there, but I'm originally from Virginia, so
Right. So yeah, okay. So well, I'll just go ahead and try to do my best here to bring everything up on the screen.
okay.
That I was going to try to show you just in a regular, folder that I have planned out, but I can't show you through the folder. So just give me a second. I got lots and lots of files, guys. I have like 3,000 photos in there alone. So
Good
all
Lord.
right, let's see. Yeah, it's a lot. So it started out last night where Julia had took some really cool pictures for Halloween. And so I'm like, man, these are so good. They deserve, a Halloween pic, a really cool Halloween pic. So I asked her if I could do some for her. So, that's what I did. So I just kind of, got this picture, which was really cool. I hope that's okay with Julia that I'm kind of showing it off. But yeah, that's the one picture. And then I saw another picture and I'm like, okay, yeah, that one would be really cool too, which this is what I ended up putting it into. And so now you have to understand now when I made this, I have to kind of do stuff with the light and darkness of it to kind of blend it in and, bring her shadows out a little bit. So it wasn't until I got done doing these two pics just for fun for her for Halloween that I realized once I did this and I brought the light up a little bit, I could actually see, and I will show you the picture that I made that from. So this is Julia's original photo. So you can kind of see how I had to like play with the lights and stuff like that because it's a little blurry, so I had to clean it up a little bit. But excuse me, when I got done and I brought, I always go back and forth with the light. You guys will see me do that today. But when I got done, I thought, that's really weird because the whole time I had liked the other photo first that I showed you, the first one that I made her, but this one just kept kind of standing out to me. I could, make out things going on in this photo over here because if you look at it, you can kind of see where it goes a little wonky here, right? And so then I'm like, okay, now I see. So if you guys can see that, can you guys see that face right there?
Yeah,
So you're gonna
I
have
see.
eyes, nose, mouth.
Oh
This is
yeah.
the whole. So it's a
Oh
little.
wow. Okay, there's two of them. Okay, all right.
Yes, and that's the thing. That's what usually throws a lot of people off because a lot of times, you will have something side by side, or one eyeball will lead into another eyeball. So it's really confusing for people. So I totally get why, we kind of skip over it, but now you kind of can't unsee it, right?
No, it's hard to miss now that it's pointed out. Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's kind of how, it's not like every single time I'm looking for this, it kind of finds me, truthfully. And, this is really, really a personal thing because I have, brought Julia's mom through in pictures before for her. And, she really cherished it. Her mom is a huge part of her life every single day. And, this is actually really, really crazy part because I didn't even realize that it was like a year ago today around this time when I met Julia.
Yeah.
And that's who I saw in her photos then. So here I am just doing this, quirky little thing for Halloween. And then that's how I knew that this was supposed to be a surprise for her because I know what this means to Julia. And so it's a little hard to make out. And this is the reason why I don't try to judge who it may be, male or female. Because, lights and shadows do a lot of different things to the pictures. And when you get a full picture in there after you line it up, it doesn't quite look the same. So that was one of the biggest things that I had to learn to kind of overcome was what I actually wanted to see versus what lines up. And then once it lines up correctly, you're like, wow, I didn't even realize that was what I was looking at. So that's kind of where I was. I was like, okay, I got to figure out who this is. So basically that's what I did. I started on, I have, other pictures of Julia's mom from where I worked with her before. So basically that's what happened. So this is Julia's mom. Surprise, Julia. She's been waiting all day. And I know it doesn't, like I said, it's really kind of you have to fit it all in. And then, you'll be able to see, it come through. Once you get the eyes lined up, then the nostrils will line up, the mouth will be lined up. That's how I know it's the right fit. So that's what I wanted to show you guys over here. So like this is the original that I showed you. So I'll just take that out for right now. This is actually her original photo. You can see that's not in the picture, that's not in the picture. And these are just words that I put Soul Portraits by Spirit.
Yeah.
So now when I pop that back in there, and I'm actually going to make it a little bit bigger just so everybody can kind of see it. So when I pop that back in there and I bring it up, there she is, Miss Beautiful. And this actually was a really significant picture for me this time because I had used it in the other portraits too when I was trying to fit. And this was just one that I kind of had, in the background. I used a different one that time. So this photo was actually from when I saved it back then, when I was, fitting into the photo. Sometimes I'll go and get like several photos of the person because it depends on how, if Julia's mom was looking a little bit more this way, so I'll just go save several kind of pictures or whatever that I feel like the person, that I'm seeing or whatever. So yeah, once you get everything fit in and we can zoom on in, it gets a little harder to see when you zoom in. You guys will see when I do portraits tonight how I kind of like will do a little bit of work and then zoom out and then go back in and do a little bit of work, which is, a little bit of work means like I might turn the photo a little bit or shrink it, whatever I have to do to get it lined up because I don't manipulate the photos in any way like stretching or pulling them. If I were to do that, it couldn't be recreatable. And that's kind of the whole point of this is that anybody can do it. So I actually have the ability to send this file right here and all of these, cool, renditions over here. Julia would get this file and would actually sit down to the computer. She would go up here to pixlr.com/X. Now it only says editor because I'm in it. So if you just go to pixlr.com/X, it's going to take you to the program that it was opened up on when I first came in. So anybody can do this. If anybody wants their soul portrait in a PXZ file, just let me know. I just send it to you through email and you go right in like I did where I open an image up and go straight in that way and you just choose that file and it opens right up. So it's actually really cool how it all worked out because this is actually the way it works. And Phillip, you were, kind of touching on that a little bit. This is truly the way that, it works. And if you will invest more into it, like I believe that that's the reason why Julia's mom, showed up for her today in particular, because she's just, making phenomenal strides and everything. And, that is her strength. So it didn't surprise me once I realized, because that's just the way it works. One thing leads to another. And if you'll follow the breadcrumbs, then it will lead you to a place where you just, like I am today. I just have no idea what I'm going to get when I sit down and work on a photo. It's like a Christmas present every day. So yeah, this is what it is. So that's it, Julie. I'll be sending you a copy of that so that you can have a new one.
That's pretty. You can't unsee it once you see it. That's what I like.
Right, and that's kind of the thing because that's what I say. Even I didn't see it at first. I was busy doing this Halloween picture for her. It was only after I got it in there and was playing with the lights, like, how I show you how I do this one right here, where I go back and forth, is when I was like, wait, what? Right? So I'm like, how did I miss that? And you're right. Once I show it to you and you see it, you can see it in your original because that right there is not in the picture. You can see it says 0. So that means it's not in the picture at all. You can see when I bring it back in, it changes that number.
Yeah,
all the way
it's
up
just
to 100.
the opacity, yeah.
Yes, the
yeah,
opacity.
that too.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's pretty, it's pretty standard in pictures. I just want to say that too. I kind of, I heard what Daniel had said too, and he was saying, "Oh, yay, Julia! Thank you so much for letting me do this for you." Julia is an amazing medium. So, this is just more confirmation for someone who is a practitioner. This is kind of how Soul Portraits by Spirit works to assist people in just everyday lives.
So I want to get this straight. So she said that her mom passed away 5 years ago. This is a recent photo of her that you were basically going to put into the Halloween scene.
Right. Yes,
Okay.
these are from 2 nights ago or one night ago. I don't know, Halloween night, whenever she took them. But yeah, that's kind of the point of the whole thing because it is recent photos. That's, how I discovered I can do live real time confirmations because these are a photo she just took 2 days ago. So that's the way it works. When we need them, they're going to come through for us. And especially if you're, practicing that for yourself, you're going to get loads of confirmations. You just have to pay attention and you have to ask for help. If you see something strange in a photo, just, ask other people's, well, be careful asking other people's opinions, but yeah.
She said she
Because
took
you'll
that
hear all
last
kinds
night.
of-
Now, Julia,
Okay.
if you could answer me this, when you were taking the pic or having the picture taken of you, were you thinking of your mom or is that just kind of a coincidence? Because I'm wondering.
That's probably going to be, yeah.
I mean, energy does
I was-
travel.
Yeah, I was wondering about
Yeah.
that as well because my
Yeah.
precog story after this is right. There we go.
Right.
There we go. There's your
And I
answer.
bring that up all the time that, I really kind of feel like this has that kind of potential, like a
Yeah.
precog kind of
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So there is a connection there to the day and time. Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
spot on,
really
'cause, like,
relevant.
when I saw you doing that in the beginning, I had this impression of like the image not just being superimposed on your back, Julia, but like spinning around as well. So maybe it's something to
Yes,
do with that because the Earth has traveled around the sun like to the exact
that's
degree
right.
to the day. Like that is really
And
interesting.
just how you can see in the picture how you've got more space here.
Yeah.
And so you can see the disrupt in the energy, which is exactly what we were talking about earlier, is how it's not like you can see something. It's that predator kind of thing where you can see through it and it's the energy around it that's kind of, fluctuating. And
Yeah.
so it's just really interesting to me because honestly, this would probably be a duplicate of Julia's mom. I didn't take time to fit anything else in, but you can see it, right? You can see
Mhm.
mouth, nose, eyes. You can see down here. Can you see eyes, nose, mouth? It
Mhm.
just kind of keeps replicating. I'll bring that a little closer. So let me turn this top layer off because it'll get in the way. So here's eyes, nose, mouth. Now, I'm not saying that all of these would be Julia's mom because that's kind of the point is that we kind of have this fluctuating, rotating 24/7 potpourri mix of, things that you're thinking about at the same time the photo's taken and, people who want to keep in contact with you who are trying to show up. So it could really be anyone. And that's why people are always like, well, who is it? And actually, it's kind of funny we're talking about that because me and Julia went through that when we first met and she wanted to know, and I just couldn't tell her. She didn't have, she gave me submitted photos of who, but it didn't fit. And that's the thing about it. Because there's no manipulation of the photos going on, it's either going to fit or it's not. It might need to be flipped, you know what I mean? But it's
Yeah.
either going to fit or it's not. So that's what kind of makes it really unique. But yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, you can still see this, but you can see that. It's not always just, the picture.
It
I
shows
want to
that
say like a
you're
portal.
still loved, There's still love there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's, guidance. This
Yeah.
is here for a reason. Julie is a person who is practicing, living in her truth. So it's very relevant for her mom to show up, and especially on the anniversary, and especially during Dia, Dos Merit. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But
That's
everything's relevant.
that's pretty cool, pretty impressive. And
Yeah.
Ross is messaging me, so I'm gonna bring him in the studio. We have a caller on the line for you, so let's do
Great.
this here.
Let me know if you can hear
All right.
this.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Linda's on with us, so she should be able to hear you too.
Okay.
Hi, Linda.
Linda, go ahead. You have Nikki and Philip.
Hello.
Linda,
Hi,
can you hear me?
Nikki.
Anyone forever. Hey, how you doing?
And she's probably got her radio turned on.
Okay. Should I turn
Yeah,
my?
just turn your
Yeah,
just
turn
it all
yours
the way
off,
down.
Linda.
Okay.
I
Can
never
you hear
thought I'd have a
the
job
phone okay?
where I'd say that.
I can hear you.
Yep, there you go. Go ahead. You're on with Nikki, Phillip, and Sportcat.
Hi, guys. Hi, Nikki.
Hey,
Hello.
Linda.
Hi. You actually did a portrait for me of my son a little over a month ago, and I sent in some more pictures.
Okay, good.
I had him in a folder, and I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said, okay, good. I'm glad that we have, previously met up.
Yes, my son, Spencer, he passed away this past February. He was 26 years old, and he was the youngest of 4 boys. And the portrait that you did, I had put it in a folder and accidentally erased it.
That's okay.
And I was wondering if you could please do another one for me.
I sure will. I will be my honor to do that. Yeah. And I'll go ahead and, just get with me when we get off of here and stuff. And all you have to do is just message me and, just find me because I have everything that you'll need. And we'll go ahead and do those portraits for you, tonight too on here because that's the whole reason why this is the way that it is. It's meant to help people who are grieving. I don't know what other bigger things, but I know this is the door that I came in. And so, yeah, definitely, what feels like that loss, it's so extreme, and it's really hard. So this is just kind of a way that if you're feeling any, pull on that today, just take your pictures, believe, send them to me. It's just really how it works. They want to confirm for you. And, Linda, I'm positive we'll get results for you. And I haven't even seen your pictures yet. That's just how it works. You're in need. You intentionally
emailed
did
them.
it. So. Okay, good.
Yeah,
So, Glenn, you want to go ahead
my
and...
son.
Okay. Linda, I appreciate you calling in. Please, if you're following our
Thank you,
YouTube
Linda.
page, please
Thank
make
you.
sure to like, follow, thumbs up. I'm going to have Nikki on here quite frequently. So if she doesn't get yours tonight, we can get in another one. Or if you give her permission, she can show it to us. So, but thanks for calling in.
Absolutely, she
Thank
can.
you, Linda.
All right. Thanks,
Okay,
Linda.
thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, guys.
All right. Thank
All right.
you
Thanks.
so much.
Thanks, Ross.
So much.
All right, Nikki. Thank you. I appreciate you so much.
That's okay, honey. Just like I said, just send me a message. We'll get together and talk more.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Good night. Thanks for calling.
All right. So what you can go ahead and do then, Glenn, is you can go ahead and send those to me through Messenger.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I don't know which one. So, I don't even have any idea what email.
Well, I think we had Ross had said we had 3 callers. So, do you want to? Who are the Ross? Do you know who the other callers were? You're muted, Ross. Oh, he's probably still on the phone with her. Philip, what do you think of that?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I muted so that I wouldn't say anything, and while she was talking.
Sure.
So that was Linda. She's the one that called us first at about 9:00 tonight, right before we went on. We were on the radio, but not really on the show yet.
Okay.
Next up is Jill Levin.
Okay, hang on real quick with Linda. Sorry.
While you guys were talking with Philip, and I said we would call her back because it wasn't relevant to what you guys were talking at that point. So now that it is, she would be next in the queue, so to speak.
Okay, let's go ahead and get Linda's email address. That's what we need to get right now because that's what Glenn will find her email that she sent to the email address.
Was she one that called last week, Glenn?
I don't remember, Ross, to be honest with you.
I don't think so.
It doesn't.
I
It
haven't
doesn't
spoken
sound
to
familiar.
Linda.
Well, then I will call her back.
Okay.
I wish I
And,
would have asked her which ones that we did because I could have found it really, really easily.
That's okay. I'll call her back. Do you want to call Jill first?
Sure, we can do that while we're getting Linda set up. That'd be great.
Yeah, we're still waiting on, or Jill's still waiting on us. So we'll
Okay.
Jill 11, if you're listening, we're calling you right now.
I feel like a DJ here.
You are, dumbass.
That's a great producer.
Hi,
There.
is Jill there? Yep.
Is this Jilly?
No, she hung up.
Oh, no.
Aw.
She thinks it's some pervert calling named Howard. So.
And it's the one from, I'm calling from the number that she would have called. So. Yeah, Jill Levin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
That's okay. I think that's voicemail.
It certainly sounds like it. All right. Well, you can send me backstage, and I will call.
Okay, so let's
Okay.
make sure if we have a caller, let's get their email address. That way Glenn can pull it up real easily because he's the one over there sitting with the pictures. I don't have them.
And they can send, she wanted to keep a sterile environment. They can email them to that email address, Para OR Normal Guyz @gmail.com. So,
Okay.
I respect that.
The first one, though, Nikki, sounded like she was a previous client of yours. Did you catch that?
Yes, she is. And unfortunately, I don't have that information because I've done like so many portraits now.
Gotcha.
So I would have to have, at least a description. If she could have gave me a description of the picture, I probably would have went right to it because that's what I do remember. I just don't remember technical stuff. Maybe I didn't even really, maybe she just said, this is her son, Spencer. And that was all that we talked because I do a lot of posts where I just tell people to drop their pictures and just do them. And I don't have the off conversation with them aside from the portrait. So I do pretty much a lot of work in groups where people are grieving so that they have an opportunity that I can open up this door for them because our loved ones do not just disappear on us.
Well,
It
Linda
is
is actually
literally
calling us
our-
back right now.
Oh, good.
And I've got Jill's info. I've got Jill's info from last week. Linda, is that you?
It is. I'm still on here. Do you need my email address?
Yes.
That would help.
I thought your name sounded familiar, and I thought it was from a previous show. Turns out Jill Levin is actually from a previous show, and that's the one we just tried to get a hold of. So we're going to take you and me off the air, and I'm going to get that personal info for Nikki, and then she'll be in contact with you.
Great. Thank you, Joe, or thank you, Linda, for calling back or staying on.
Oh, you're welcome. And I sent the pictures to the email that was listed.
Right. Okay, good.
Yep, Normal Guyz @gmail.com.
okay.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
And my email actually is, I'll just tell you the first part is Miss
Yeah,
Linda
that's what I was
Penny.
going to say.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, Glenn, take us off, and I'll get the rest of her information and make sure that you guys get married up later.
Okay. All right.
Linda, stay right there. We're going to get off the air, and you and I are going to keep talking.
Okay,
right,
thank you.
Hide that. So yeah, Philip, you got cut off there. What do you think of this? That's pretty impressive. I thought it was kind of like you couldn't unsee it.
It's interesting, yeah. Like, I mean, like that's the way my brain works. Like immediately, I was like, oh, I want to give this a go because I've done stuff like this, not as work. I've got friends who do like tarot readings and stuff, and I utterly refuse to do that because I think I'd focus too much on the cards rather than actually having any insight. Because that's why, like, I'm completely the opposite like when it comes to paranormal stuff that I am when I'm writing books. Because when I'm writing books, I'm like, I love the structure, I love the artifice, but then when it comes to like rituals with paranormal stuff, I'm like, I'd much rather just sit on a cliff face and have like a vision just attack me, which is what my precog story actually is about. But yeah, it's really interesting. Like, I'd give this a go with some of my pictures. I mean,
Well, and that's why I
had-
wrote the ebook. It's just a little 25-page ebook that basically lets you know the, right kind of atmosphere to take your pictures. And then after you take your pictures, I kind of just tell you a little bit about how I look at things. Like, I don't look at focal points. When I look at a picture, I'm looking all around the focal point of where you want me to stare. I think it's only this extreme for me because, of course, because I've been doing it now like I have, but I've always been drawn to certain things in photos. And if you don't invest the time, that's all I've done is just invested the time and figured out who it was I could see. And it actually started because it was my stepdad. So, of course, I could see him, right? So that's how I kind of put it together, So it's really been absolutely just another whole entire world because everybody has this ability, but nobody realizes what's really going on. I can see it. I can see, many, many times repeated in a photo.
And that's where I wonder if it isn't like a portal of energy, so to speak, because they say that the mind, especially if it's a negative connotation, it will travel in circles around you and it gets further and further out. There's a lot of things that say that, like you'll have bad neighborhoods. Well, it's not the neighborhood, it's the mentality of the neighborhood. There's things like that, but
100%, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it does travel. And now looking at this from a photographer's point of view, from an ad agency, that's a great ad photo, but you weren't focusing on that as a typical artist would per se. Something else, I'll call it a smudge, it's the light, whatever you want to call it, is there. And you saw it, and then once you pulled it out to the front so everybody could see it, it was like it was right in your face.
And,
now, are all of them this way?
Well, kinda.
Okay. Well, no, that's fair.
Now, I just knew where my eyes were drawn to. And I didn't even save that picture at first because I was just going to make her one Halloween picture. And I was like, this one, she was turned around and I could see her face. I was like, well, that one's really cool too. That would look good too. So that's the only reason. She had like 4 or 5 pictures, maybe even more. I just saved those 2. And every time I would look at this one, I would be like, over staring at that thing again. I kind of have to do that now. Like if I start to see someone, I don't have time to do a portrait. I'm just like, okay, wait, I wasn't ready. Okay. Because that's kind of how it is. It's huge. It just, nobody realizes it's going on, and I can see it. I can see it in people's regular photos. I can see it in graveside photos. I can see it in old photos, so I don't really even know if it's time travel. That's what you said when I first did yours, Glenn. You're like, this is some time travel stuff.
Well, yeah, because
so,
mine was a picture from like 1985 of my father, and then because I just half-heartedly believed you, I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna lay here while I'm watching football on the couch with my dog.
Right.
And it was when he sent it back, I was like, well, the one was my grandfather and the other one was my father. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm just sitting here on my couch watching football on a Sunday afternoon. How is this? And then even I went back and I pulled my camera up, and I'm like, or my phone up, and I'm like, it's there.
Yeah, that's really the thing about it. That's what confused me at first. Like, how can I see your son and you can't? You know what I mean? It was really in the beginning. Like, how, what? How can you not see?
No, this is.
And I guess that was, coming through kind of like an overload, kind of for me.
Yeah. Did you read it, Nikki, down there? That.
Yeah, I did read that.
Okay.
Julia, that's perfectly fine with me. I have no problem with us all working together. You can give her something that I can't. I can give her portraits all day long, but I don't have that same mediumship skills that Julia has. So, yeah, totally. If you feel that, run with it. And so while we're talking about Linda still, did we get her email address and stuff yet? Do we have those pictures? We can start doing that and then, kind of talk while I'm doing it.
Let's see. So she's got Jill on the line now, and I have only got 3 sets of photos, and none of those are the names.
Oh, no.
That's a shame.
Okay.
Well, I'm checking the spam box here. No, it ain't spam.
It's all right. I'm just in the corner being really unprofessional here. Like, I've had somebody's message me on Instagram and they're like, "What are you doing right now?" And I'm like, I'm doing weird stuff, don't you? You can smell it in the air. So I've just found the link to this like live stream at the same time. I've actually accidentally took a selfie of myself, which you might like. And I actually, for once in my life, look happy because my whole thing is like as a comedian is to just be quite grumpy. And I had a moment a while ago when I was doing an open mic for someone, and there was a really good poet, and she's called Esther Koch, and her name's not spelt that way. And I sat down at the front of the gig, and I asked her what her name was, and I wrote it down phonetically. And I noticed she was talking to her boyfriend. I know she'd worked out that I'd spelt it wrong, and she must have been surprised that I'd spelt it wrong. And I had to say to her, I was like, "This is intentional. This is so I don't screw up your name on stage." Because it's like it's a Swedish name, and I knew I would have got it wrong, so I spelt it phonetically. And I was talking to some people who do hosting events, and they said that's a really good idea. I've never thought of that, and I'm like, how are you that inconsiderate? It just occurred to me, like, and I was just like, really, like, what? And then the other host come up to me afterwards, and he said, "You were really nice helping her out with a microphone and stuff." And I said, I'm not mean all the time. It's just a persona on the stage. And he went, "I thought you were like this all the time." I was like, I can be if that's what you're into. Like, if you want me to push you down a flight of stairs, that'll be an extra £20.
It's tough gig, but somebody's got to do it.
I mean, that's like.
Remember, you got to clean up your mess.
That's like absolutely wild BDSM, kick somebody up and down a flight of stairs for 45 minutes. But yeah, that's really interesting because, like, I'm still an edgy atheist. I like to pretend I'm not, and I see that, and it's like I'm skeptical, but at the same time, it's like I've seen weirder stuff. So it's like, can you be skeptical if you've actively seen weirder stuff happen? Like, I've had one of those experiences with a photograph of me as it was being taken, which actually ties into the precog story. Have I got time for it? It's about 10-15 minutes of like absolute mad Phillip lore.
Let's do this. Let's get some pictures for me to work on, and then you can take off on that story while everybody just kind of watches me work. That would be wonderful.
That sounds like a good idea, actually. Yeah, that's a perfect collaboration.
Yeah.
All right, I
love that you brought that up too, because everybody has this little story that they can tell you, right?
I don't know where it went.
Of this whole, I thought I saw, or in this picture it looks like, that's all really true. Like, and people like to, I can see I can see where pareidolia comes into play. Because it is a natural ability that we have. It's part of the DNA makeup we're always looking to make a connection like that. You know what I mean? So it doesn't surprise me that everybody can see it, but, not a lot of people can see what I'm doing. They are suspicious, and you should be, but, that comes with, this is proof. All you do is pull out your phone and look back at your picture and you'll see what I showed you. That's how it can't be fooled. So that's why I love it, because it's not even, it's consciousness definitely surviving physical death. And it has been proven scientifically by the Soul Phone Project. There's all sorts of avenues that's bringing this out. And so this is just another one. I mean, this is just another type of mediumship.
Let's see. Real quick here. Let's bring Jill in because we had her holding for a while. So
that's my girl, Jilly.
So let's bring her in real quick. And here we are, Ross.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. So we got Jill. Jill, was I pronouncing this right? Is it Jill Levin?
Yes.
Good. Jill Levin, you're on with Nikki, Sportcat, and our guest Phillip.
Hey, Jilly.
Hey.
Oh, I was sleeping. Oh, that voice. Just kidding. Anyway, I came on to sing this song to Nikki. Oh, Nikki, you're so fine. You're so fine. You both spirit's mind. And then here's the other thing. What you were just talking about. Let me tag along on that one. I don't care what anybody says. They think they saw spirits. It's just a figure of your imagination. No, it is not. A medium told me that way, and I said goodbye, and I hung up on her. So I have orbs in my. I have spirits in my house, and Nikki and Julia could both verify this. And you can take a picture of that orb, and you see my husband's face.
Yep, I've been there as well.
That's how we first started together.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, I used to see like orbs flying into my loft room all the time, and I genuinely was like, I'm not going to tell my family about this because they'll think I'm crazy. And then one day, my mum came into my room and she said, "What the hell is that?" And it was like the black orb was in, and I went, "What do you mean?" And she was like, "What is it?" And she was dead afraid. And I went, "Where is it in the room?" And she pointed right at it, and I was like, "I knew it was real. Now let's try and catch it with something." So I want to
and that's the whole thing. Yeah, you can capture it.
Like, hello. But I used to live near a train line, and I've noticed that a lot of, in the UK especially, there's a lot of, you get more paranormal activity near train lines, which ties back into my whole electromagnetism shtick
Exactly.
from earlier. Which is why, like, I mean, in my books as well, I'm kind of pushing the angle that reality to a degree is malleable. So you can also project the images of somebody you're thinking about. So, like, I've got a few friends who I've got a few friends who are mediums, and like I've had conversations with them, which, you know, it starts out difficult because my theory is that with a lot of mediumship, sometimes you're not actually contacting the deceased. What you're doing is you're plucking an idea of them out of their relative's head instead. You're actually contacting the inside of the person's head that you're talking to in the room. And the deceased person, they might be busy doing something else up in the astral plane. They might not even be there, but you think they're there. Sometimes they're there. Sometimes it's a hologram of them inside somebody else's head. And
that
it's like,
is very relevant.
You can't always work it out. And sometimes it's just telepathy rather than mediumship. Because I had, like, I won't get into it, but my friend had a case where she was getting a lot of details about someone. And I said, but are you getting any details that you didn't already know? You know, are there any details that the deceased is giving you that you didn't already, that person didn't already know before they died? And she was like, well, no, not really. And then she had another case where the answer was yes. She's getting more details about something he buried in the garden 25 years ago. And I'm like, in that case, you've got proof that's mediumship. But in the rest of them, I'm like, yeah, I'm just like being half skeptic. I'm like, I'm not going to say I don't always believe it, but I'm going to say sometimes I'll downgrade it to telepathy. We'll take a step down to telepathy, which isn't exactly being skeptical, is it?
Right. And this is kind of the thing about what you're saying, is because I believe that's why people who, you know, just on the whim will take a picture and submit it. I believe exactly what you're saying. But when you have people who are grieving and they're intentionally calling that to them, we can literally say, you know, like Donna said, you know, there is proven, you know, things that we've done too. This is kind of the general overall opinion that I'm giving of it. But I think exactly what you're saying holds a lot of weight, because there are people who don't believe and don't follow the instructions, don't do what I asked them to do, and just take a picture on the fly and send it, and I can still do the same thing. So I think it's all kind of a lead-in, even for people who wouldn't believe normally, to kind of get that little crack in the concrete a little bit, so that truth can kind of get in, so that they can learn how to draw their loved one to them. You have to first believe that anything like this is even possible.
Yeah,
and I think it's pretty impossible to believe that anybody who, you know, isn't, you know, calling somebody to them. That's how I find people in photos without their help. I'll see stuff in photos and go do it myself.
And I still do it. I still do it. I'm not even grieving anymore. So.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like when I was first doing it, I'm like, okay, is this thoughtology? You know, what's really going on? You know, because how can it be like so persistently consistent that everybody gets this? But I believe that that's spirit's way of getting in Because if it can get in that way, it may open up the door to you really doing what like Donna Nova does. And we're able to prove. We asked Chris for a request. This is the experiments that we're doing right now. So it's always a process of, experimental and figuring out what can be done and what, how it comes about. Like I don't have like these huge answers to give because it's still really fresh in the process. Nobody's really studying it the way that I'm studying it to this degree, I don't think. That's why I came up, after so many times that something happened. And like you said, I call those rules because now they're trackable. If you drop the photo and you reduce transparency right where it lands, you may get a gift of the spirit that you didn't even realize was there, and it's going to fit right in.
Yeah, I got a weird kind of like out of field question. Do you ever get an image of somebody that they don't recognize?
Oh yeah.
Not too long ago. Have you ever worked out who they are? Because I had
it's exactly the person who I said.
All right, fair enough. I mean, I had one thing when I was a teenager. I dropped. I don't know where it is, but I've had the same MP3 player since I was 15. So it's really important to me, and I play it like maybe once every 2-3 days. So it's an electromagnetic object that means a lot to me. I've lost it once in my life. So like I left it behind once in college, and I went to Aquinas College, and there was a cemetery next to my college. And, I was a bit of an emo, a bit of a goth. So I was like, I'll have my evening cemetery walk, might find a new wife. So I was like, I was out hunting for goths. And they had a garden made out of these really old gravestones that was like a secluded U-shaped place. And I walked into there, and it was daylight. And I walked in, and I don't know what happened, but it was suddenly nighttime. And I freaked the hell out. And as I walked out there, something grabbed me by the shoulder and went, "Don't go." Oh, and I went. I kept going. And as I was running, I realized my MP3 player wasn't in my pocket. And I thought, where's my MP3 player? And I turned around to look at the cemetery to see if it was there. And then the voice went, "Not there." And I was like, "Oh, okay. So you're helpful now. You're not scary anymore. Are we pals now? What the hell's going on, dude?" I don't understand this. I don't understand living people.
Yeah.
And I'll let you guys talk because I have to go to bed, go to work tomorrow. And I just want to give one. You have the most sexiest voice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You really, really, really do. And Julia wants you, Nikki, because she loves and appreciates you and wants the new pictures. Laugh out loud. And we appreciate all three of you guys. And I really do think you have a very sexy voice. And I was just teasing. You didn't put me to sleep. I was just trying to tease with you. But you do have a voice. That I will not deny.
No, thank
you.
Now you're gonna get me fired with Ross. I see how it is. So.
I'm gonna have to listen. I'm gonna have to listen to that.
Well, you got a nice mustache. My daughter says. Last week you had my daughter crying.
I have that effect on women, so
yeah. There was a point where we were both.
Hey, Nikki, you're so fun. You're so fun. You blow spirits mine. Now I'm going.
All right, thanks for calling us. Remember, like, share, follow, and all that other good stuff. So we appreciate your call. So I'm gonna turn you back over to Ross there.
Thank you again. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks,
Mr. Sexy.
Oh, that's so nice. It's so funny. Honestly, I was telling my friend the other day. There was actually an American lady messaged me on Instagram a while ago, and she said the same thing, but she wasn't as polite about it because it was in Instagram DMs. It was quite feral. I'm not complaining, right? but I was like, when you have a conversation with somebody and it gets so fruity, you start looking up plane ticket prices.
I know.
I was gonna say you really want to get away then.
No, it's one of them. I was like, I'm gonna wind up emigrating. But yeah, it's I'm going to New York in a few months, hopefully. Like I've been manifesting selling old stuff. I went viral on Instagram is the real reason that stuff worked out, because like I had a little Lego shop and it went viral. So like it's just all sold out in a few weeks. So hopefully I'm gonna get a plane like maybe like February, April next year. and join my friends in what I'm tentatively calling the comedy commune, which is just 8 comedians in a flat. I imagine it's going to stink to high heaven. But, you know, it'll be good for the spirit, if not for the body. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I see what you did there.
I just couldn't help but play devil's advocate there, because I love being the skeptic. It doesn't necessarily mean I don't actually believe in stuff. I just like chiseling away at it, because I like the idea of this projection of an image. And I mean, the one I had, and it's a dark story, and funnily enough, is it legally sensitive? I don't care. I'm going to tell you guys anyway. But like, my dad wasn't great. Okay, so when my mum broke up with him, it was rough. He was quite an abusive person. But when I graduated university, he insisted on taking a selfie with me. And we took that selfie, and he wanted it framed. But when I saw that picture, I actually got really stressed out. And this is before I knew any of the bad stuff about him. I hated that picture. I didn't want to see it. He wanted it in the living room. I didn't want to be in the living room. I thought, that picture is evil. At some point, it's going to bother me again. And I didn't know what it was. 4 years down the line, mum's broke up with him. We're all homeless for a few weeks. He gets the house. And we moved to Wales with family. And I'm sat on a cliff in Conway, and I fall asleep. I doze off because I've been up all night trying to find us a flat to live in. And I doze off, and I have this image of my old ethics teacher, Diane, just off to my right, literally floating in like a cartoonish thought bubble. So I wake up thinking it's clearly a daydream. But I've always had that theory, you know, when you draw thought bubbles in cartoons, I think at some point that's how people actually envisioned their ideas. That's how they actually saw the ideation phase. Anyway, I see her pacing with a 1980s corded telephone in a new office. And she picks up the phone and she calls me and tells me, I need a picture of your dad. Right? And I snap out of it. I wake up and I thought, I've not spoken to her in 8 years. Why the hell would she say that? And I turn to my mum and I say, well, I've just had a dream that Diane's going to call you. And then the phone rings.
Oh, wow.
And it's Diane. And she says, this is a weird question, but have you got a photo of, you know, my dad? And she says, why? And she says, he's been hanging around your sister's college trying to work out where your mum is. So he'd been stalking my sister, and I'd picked up on that in some way. My immediate response to that was, let's go back to Manchester. I'm going to kick the crap out of him.
Sure.
Yeah.
We got back to Manchester. We had a meeting. We were called in for a meeting with Diane with college security. We go in. She's in a shiny new office. And I say to my mum, where's the corded telephone? And Diane goes, you've always been weird, haven't you? And she's got a corded telephone behind her chair. It's the exact one I saw. And I'd never been in her office when I was in college. They rebuilt the place after I left. I'd never seen that office. I'd never seen that phone. And it's like, how did she know? And the picture that my mum chose, which I didn't want it, you know, I'd forgotten about my graduation picture. That's the one she picked. And that probably to this day is in the security office of my old college. And it's like that. And I'm like, what the hell? What the hell? So I was like, I remember sitting down that night. I stayed up till 5 a.m. and I just said to my mum, I was like, I'm an atheist. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? Like, what's going on? But I think a lot of the reason, like, some of my stories really work with people is that weird people read them. And I put this, you can put psychic powers in stories. It's entirely possible to put like the psi stuff in stories. Definitely. It doesn't square well with being a comedian as well, because my comedy is kind of like being edgy and really skeptical of literally everything. Because one of my friends says she's like gender critical. So she's like a radical feminist. She calls herself gender critical. And I went, well, I'm everything critical. And she's like, what does that mean? I went, what does that mean? It's just that kind of thing, you know. But so it's weird to have like those two sides of your life where you've got the weird stuff going on, but at the same time, the science fiction side of it, it means you take a scientific look at it. Like I look at those photos you do, and I'm thinking like, how might they be recreated? How might somebody come across the same conclusion in a different way? How would it be repeatable in a lab? I love it. I love it. I'm not saying I don't believe it, but I just love the experimentation of discovering stuff.
Yeah.
Well, and that's
Anyway,
really what
that was the
everything
story,
is.
and it's weird as hell, but it really happened, and it freaked me the hell out. And I didn't believe it, but my mum was there, so she saw it as well. So I have no choice because there's corroborative evidence.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, guys, you guys can go ahead and talk, and then I'll just go ahead and open up here real quick. This is our first photo. This is from Kat.
Okay.
And
Yes.
so I have 3 photos from Kat. You guys can't see. Glenn actually just sent them to me. Glenn will vouch for me. So I just received these photos.
Well, I'll just want to toss this out there. As normal when dealing with paranormal stuff, every time I went to send them a messenger, it crashed every time. I had to finally clear out our conversation, all the conversation we've had, close messenger, open back up, and then send them. So,
and that's really how it works too, because anything that can try to stop me from getting this information out there is going to try.
Yeah,
It really is, because once people really realize that this is the case, and they can do it on their own. This is the whole thing about it. This is not my ability, and I'm really good at it, but I've also been really doing it for 8+ years. So that's why I did the ebook, because you can do it too. You just have to be taught. This is the part I loved about teaching the most, and Kat was in one of my classes, is that once you start seeing it bigger, how I can show you, it automatically opens up your version of where you can see stuff then. Because we just normally want to just get real tiny and zoom. I can zoom to 5,000%. So let me tell you something. If I zoom, I can find 3,000 faces. It's all on the level of whatever somebody feels like they need to do to zoom. Just like I had one person who could see them in one place, and I could see that too. But then I showed her this huge version. It doesn't take away from the fact that what she saw, it looks like him too. It's because it just keeps happening this way. So, okay, so I'm going to just go ahead and go through how I, go ahead and start this procedure, because this is really what I want everybody to see.
okay. Check your mic too while you're doing this, because you're chopping in and out a little bit.
Okay, sure will. I'll bring it up here a little closer. Maybe that'll help. But like I said, this is all part of the thing too. Whatever can distract us away from this is going to try to. So, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and just start.
Okay. And then Donna says that Chris told her when to take the photo for you tonight by dousing with energy and simultaneously playing a song that said, oh, wait, I got to move that. In the club dancing to Madonna, Donna, no lie.
Nice.
And she heard that. See, these are the things that I like to believe, but sometimes my conscience brain is like, okay, that's a coincidence. That can't be. So these are the things my heart wants to believe, but my grown-up brain says, okay, you're just reading another comic book. Does that make sense?
All right, well, guess what? Yep, I'm about to show your grown-up brain what the little kid in you actually wants to see.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest, it's only like 8th grade level I'm at, so, but.
Well, hey, you're a year above the line. 7th grade is really where it all starts, right? That's where we do our ads to, our posts to. If you can do it at a 7th grade reading level, you're in there. Okay, you guys, so what I've done right now is every time I get a photo, because I can make it so small or so big, I want you to just notice one thing. You can see where it says 49% down here in the corner. So you can see where the size of the photo isn't changing. It's just how big or how little I have it. So this is actually 10% of the size of the actual photo. So if I bring this all the way to where it was in my hand, this photo would be this big.
Gotcha.
Okay,
and by the way, Ross says that it is your connection.
Okay.
So
I'm going to put in a different headphone. Maybe
it needs charging. Oh, and Ross also told you to remind you that it was his birthday. So.
Yes, Ross. Happy birthday.
Ross, I love you, but I'm not going to sing happy birthday for you.
Right. Well, this is your birthday present for me, Ross. So here we go, you guys. So I just wanted to show you just so that you guys understand that the size of the photo doesn't change. It's only how big or how little I have to make it. Okay, so you can see those numbers changing. So when I first drop a photo, what I do, this photo dropped, about this size right here. It's always going to be like even. What I first do, and I had to learn this, is I just bring it down as far as I can get it. That's as small as the picture will go at 10%. I'm done. Now I'm getting ready to add the picture of everybody. Let me introduce you. This is Marty.
And Donna says, happy birthday, Ross. Kat says, today is her Julie says, happy birthday, Ross. Kat says, today is our anniversary.
Oh, nice, Kat. Nice.
So
got a lot of anniversaries happening today.
Happy skin suit day, Ross. That's from Kat, not me. So
right. Yeah. Somebody, I think it was Ross that asked that on last week's show. Who was the lady that said the skin suit? Okay, so I used to leave everything in the background of the photo. Because truth be told, and we can do this on another show, but even the backgrounds fit, you guys. That's why, people go, but the cat's alive. It's just because it's in the photo too. So for somehow, some way it gets transferred. But what I do now is I just go in here and I just take the background out, because a lot of times it'll take away from what we're trying to accomplish. So you can see how good AI is. There you go. There's AI, right?
Wow.
So, sometimes it's not complete. Right, you can see this part right here where it's kind of messed on his glasses a little bit. So I just go right in here and I'm showing you guys everything that I do, because there's nothing that I do that you can't watch. So I'm just going to go in here with that little tool. Go ahead.
This is just basically a photo editor. This part.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's just an online photo editor, which means anybody can use it. Anybody I can send their files to can do exactly what I'm doing. Oops, just by going to pixlr.com. So, you just choose pixlr.com/X. So the only thing I've done right there is what you can see. AI is going to take those points of light out. So that's all that it did. This is exactly where the photo dropped. So just so you know that. So what we're going to do right now is rule number 1 is gifts of the spirit. Always reduce transparency wherever it lands. Don't move it first. Just go ahead and reduce transparency. So that's what we're going to do right now. And this is when we find it's either going to be a gift to the spirit when we reduce it and you're going to be able to see it. You didn't really know that you could see it, or we'll just work it out how it's supposed to go. So here we go. This is where I'm always like, okay, ready? All right, here we go. So what you're going to look for is certain points that you're going to be able to identify if it is a gift to the spirit. So as we're getting lower, now look at us, we're at 11 right here. Funny we got to that number, but yeah, we're at 11 right here. And so now we're going to take it out. Now you can't really see that in there, right? So that's not so much considered a gift to the spirit, because even if I can make sense of it, no one will ever see it. Okay, so we've just crushed rule number 1. That's it for rule number 1. Now what we're getting ready to do is do soul portraits. Now, what I always like to do is go ahead and just duplicate that and take it out. And now this is the photo I'll be manipulating and working with. This is the one that was there that we dropped originally. So just so you guys know, I'm not up to any funny business. So when I'm looking at this photo, go ahead. Did you want to say something? I keep hearing you. Anybody?
No, I didn't. Ross? Or I'm not, sorry, Ross. Phillip?
No. I mean, you can,
okay.
No.
I don't think I see anything. Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of the thing. I can see right now. And so where I can see is right here.
Yeah, I thought
this is why I want to show you guys that.
Rotates, yeah.
Well, possibly. We got to kind of see first. And that's kind of where it comes in, is you just kind of play with the photo. That's why I wanted to get on here. Oops, where'd it go? It's out of the picture. That's why I wanted to get on here and kind of show you guys exactly how I do it. So the only thing I'm doing is kind of just comparing the sizes now of what I can actually kind of get an idea of right here. And then trying to kind of fit them the way that I see them right now. So the magical part about this has been for me is that I can go in here and just make it an overlay. So you see how it just changed the, look of it. So it's easier for me to see through. So basically I do this and then I kind of just fit where I can see. I wanted you guys to notice that too, because if you notice, I can't move this box any other way. I can't pull it this way. This only toggles it, right? This only stretches the whole photo. So I have, I've never been trained on pinching or pulling or doing anything else to make the photo fit. This is just how the program is, and you'll see that when you go on it. Now, it does have glitches once in a while, and when that does that, I immediately just close out down here and go right back in and it's fixed. So I don't know what the little glitch is, but I can't afford for anybody to not be able to reduplicate what I'm doing right now.
Makes
Because
sense.
that's the whole point of it, is that this is duplicatable. Okay, so we're going to go right here. You'll notice that I'll toggle back and forth a lot because I need to see this small to see if I'm getting close or whatever. So I'm feeling like it's a pretty good size up. So we'll just do these last little bits that I can see. Now, it might be a little different than where you see it. So, don't think anything about it. That was what you were saying too about, that you thought I was going to flip it maybe. I always have to try and see if it fits in the one way first. There you go, guys. That's kind of the magic, what you're getting ready to see come out right now. So I'm going to enlarge it.
Did that just happen?
It did, and it actually happens that fast. So Spirit plays with lights and shadows. Spirit inverts light. So where you see his hat is dark in the real picture, what you're going to see sometimes is now you're going to see like a lighter area. So you kind of have to put the pieces together and not let yourself be deceived with what you're actually seeing. Now that's kind of where my gift comes in because I've been doing it so long. You just saw me snap it up in there, right?
Yeah.
And it's extremely out of the ordinary, right? Like there's no way that just snapped in there like that, like you said. But that's actually how it works. This is what Spirit does. Sometimes when I go to move it, it'll like jump. So I don't know what's going on, but I just, I like to share it with everybody because anybody can do this. It's just a matter of playing with the photos. So there you go, Kat.
This kind of, I don't know if this is entirely inappropriate, but I am a comedian. Is anybody else remembering the Goonies?
Yeah, I remember the Goonies, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know the scene where they've got the coin and the rocks? And they line it up.
Yeah.
Line it up, and they find One-Eyed Willie's pirate ship. That's what this reminds me of a bit.
But I mean, it just pops out at you once you see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is actually a really, really lighter one. I'm kind of lucky that you guys can see this because this is a hard. I'd be hard pressed to put side by sides of this, and then you'd be like, oh wow, blow my mind. Now, if you really look at it, you might have to look at it from back here. You know what I mean? But you would probably see what I'm showing you, but a lot of times I can see Marty over here too. I can see his glasses indicator, his nose indicator over here. So normally what I do is everywhere that I can see him, remember what I told you about Spirit builds portraits? Now, once I get Marty over here, so, let me just do it real quick so you guys can see. You see, the only thing I did was duplicate that layer. So when I move this one, that one's still there.
I want to describe also for our radio audience, all she has actually done is taken the two photos and lightened the opacity, am I saying that right? And placed it over another, the original image. And she is putting together what I would like to call a jigsaw puzzle, if you will. And it matched up perfectly. And as soon as she made the opacity go away, we still saw it like it was magic. I mean, it was almost like witnessing a magic trick.
Right. Now, it's a little bit tough because this is what I've learned. There are going to be points that stick out to everybody and points that don't. And so this is why I was trained to go ahead and do it like this. And then I just come down here and get a copy of the background photo that we had and move it up on top of them. And then this is how I'm able to show you both of them together, because I might have to adjust this, Marty, because you can see this one really clear and this one's too strong. Now what I want you to notice, because I can see it on my big screen over here, Spirit is literally building us a portrait right now. So if you can see, this is a nose, these are eyes, this is mouth. So let me just do it.
Well, Philip, I don't
this is
know
what I
about
can't wait
you,
to
but
do.
I couldn't see it until she did it, and then I can't unsee it. So it's
right. Oops. So yeah, remember in this program, if you ever make a mistake, just undo. It's I used to freak out.
Control
too, so
Z. Control
right,
Z.
Right.
It's my favorite command. So yeah,
So
for the radio
hard
audience,
part is for me right now.
it's hard for them to grasp what we're doing, but
Right.
you really, it's just you're taking an image and you see the other image, and then you look at the original image and you're like, that goes there. Just like you found the missing piece to a puzzle.
Yes, it really is. And then this is why it goes really, really deep, because now Spirit has built us another portrait. And if you look, I don't know, can you guys see that? Can you guys see the face here now?
Yeah.
Watch this. So we're just going to take this, and really this is more the trial and error than anything else. I'm kind of doing it blind right now because it looks different on my screen that I'm working on than all the way over on my other screen over here that I actually have to put it on to see, because if it's in front of me, I can't see what I'm working on with you guys. So
Gotcha.
It's actually literally going to be like a trial and error for me, because I literally have to go back and forth between screens now too. So
yeah, you're switching back and forth. And
so it's not hard to do. You just have to look with a different viewpoint. Did you guys see it again?
No, there's no way.
Okay, so I'm going to take these two out, and this is my point. I know, right? It's wild. So now I've took the other two pictures out. Remember, Spirit built that for me. I didn't see that before. Nobody saw that before. And I don't know if it's perfectly lined up, because I really can't get a good eye because I'm all the way over here trying to work all the way over here.
Why would multiple images be projected?
Well, that's because everybody sees things differently. I see things differently than you do. Things are going to catch your eye that don't catch my eye. This is why I can probably fit about, I'm going to just call it, maybe I got, a couple more that maybe, you might not be able to see. But because I do this, I can see. But I don't know if it's lined up. Is it lined up good, you guys?
Pretty
What
well.
I'm trying to show you. And that's actually kind of the beauty of it, because it's not really on my part. Look at these nostrils. You can see the shadow line that's there already that you don't notice because it's so subtle. That's pretty good. That's pretty close from a distance too, you guys. That's incredible.
Kat is
That's
saying
right.
it's because
That's
he
right,
has
Kat.
her back.
That's right. That's exactly right. And this is what I call spiritually speaking. This is the new thing that's actually been happening to me. That's not it. It's actually this one. Is that what you see actually makes up a bigger picture. So when I take Big Marty out of here, now you can see the two little ones again.
Yeah,
so
and like you were saying, I could see.
Here,
I saw the bigger one, or I'm sorry, the little one, the first one, the easiest. But then the others I can still see, but.
And we can do them individually too. This is all kind of where it just comes in that Spirit builds portraits. That's rule number 4. I had to figure that out myself, because every time I would get done and go to load it up on a side-by-side, guess what? I find another spot. And so now what I'm discovering is those smaller images literally make up what you actually do see. Let's put this back together and then turn the background back on again. So it's going to be hidden. So now we'll bring it down. Can you see all three Martys? Might be a little harder for you. We got Marty, Marty, and then the big Marty.
Oh yeah.
Now let's play with this. So those parts where you saw the little Martys, those are literally, you can see them when you take it out. I can still see Marty's nose.
Yeah.
So it's actually part of a bigger picture. So if I have trouble seeing, Donna Nova is actually the one that we've been working on this, because she's the one that has a visual impairment. So when I send her something, it may be harder for her to see. And so I can learn, and I have learned to adjust what I give people based on kind of a universal standard of what most people are probably going to see. So, you know, it really is a trial and error kind of thing, but this is huge. This isn't like anything else anybody's ever done out here. And you can't really see it when I take it away and go back. You can, but it still falls back into that category. But so this would be one of them that you might be hard pressed to, you know, go back and see in your original photo. That's why I do the side-by-sides. Because the side-by-sides basically break it down, and it kind of gives you the visual comparison for you that your eyes don't have to do. If you'll believe me. If you'll believe me that that's your original photo on the other side, side-by-sides are great, but this was really cool because this actually just, you know, emphasized another rule that I didn't know would come through. That you guys, you know, I didn't know Spirit was going to build us some portraits tonight or not, right? But, you know, of course, Spirit always gets bigger and better than what you imagined, right? So, yeah, that's a completed portrait right there. I would call that a spiritually speaking. I probably wouldn't do much more because it gets real intricate. There's another Marty right here. Can you guys see mouth, eyes, the glasses? That's kind of how it works because energy's here, and then it's here, and then it's here, and then it comes right up in the front. Like it's going to be a trail, right? I mean, that's the way the energy is. It's always vibrating, so that's why I believe it's the trail.
Yeah, there's an infinite amount of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm so happy right now, you guys. I'm so happy that just happened because this is the truth. This is actually what's going on in images. I can go get an image right now off of the internet. Matthew Perry. It doesn't matter. This is always happening in photos. Always.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what. I don't know if they agreed to it because we're running over in time here. But since it's Ross's birthday, if he agreed to it, can you do his?
I would love to. I would love to do Ross's.
You see if you can see if you can get a picture of me like behind Ross, like.
Don't be so taller than me over there.
You're gonna freak out if he does.
Yeah.
Here, wait a minute.
He'll put his camera on now, and you'll notice I've been there the whole time.
You've been over there with
him. Hey, don't joke. We thought he had Howard Stern in there last weekend. So he said, "Remind Nikki it's my birthday." And she's looking for Moby in the photos.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I mean, it could be scary. You could take a picture of your kid at their birthday party, and Joe Biden shows up in the background. You know.
Oh,
you better watch. You better watch what you ask for. That's
cool. I'm preparing to emigrate. I'm gonna get my green card just by doing jokes.
Right?
Well, now you need to be making Republican jokes if you're going to do that.
I know you've not got one in charge. It's not topical anymore.
Well, yeah, but then this way you get a phone, a credit card, or a hotel. So
yeah, we just get dripped, but like we only know about the president. We don't know anything else that happens over there. So it's like whatever your president is, that's what our jokes are. It actually got really annoying because Donald Trump was so active on Twitter that a lot of our comedy shows in the UK would not shut up about him. And I actually stopped watching some shows because I was sick of it. It's the Ed Sheeran effect. Like I've seen Ed Sheeran live and he's on the radio so much now that if I hear him one more time, I feel like I might start to take hostages.
Yep.
So it's like, you know, initially as a British person, I didn't care about Donald Trump, and I started to dislike him just because I was sick of hearing his name. And I'm like, I don't even know about his policies, but if one more person says Donald, I'm gonna start killing.
Hey, easy now. Ross is retired Secret Service, so he'll have to fly over there and arrest you for that. So
Okay, hopefully Ross is watching because I'm getting ready to start on his now.
I know
While you
he's
guys are
listening. I
talking.
don't see him in the studio, so
Okay.
if he pops his head in the studio, I'll bring him in live here. And but
All right. Cool.
yeah. I know he said he had to
Okay.
walk his dog, so that's why I took the phone down for a minute. So,
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just open up that photo and kind of take a look at it. You guys can talk amongst yourselves while I do if you want to.
oh my
I'm just
God, you
kinda
sound like
going
you're from
through-
Brooklyn.
I know, right? Talk amongst yourselves.
You sound like the nanny. So,
Thanks. I love Fran.
hey, and that was, you know what? And that was an English reference too, because he had the nanny. So,
I feel like Adam Sandler's in that picture somewhere.
Nice. Nice. Too bad it's
I
not
think-
your photo, or we might try it because I think you'd be just silly enough to get that result, truthfully.
Howard Stern is in that photo. Hey, if Phillip, if you want, shoot some selfies there around the room and send them to her. She'll find dead Uncle Floyd
Yeah.
in there. God, please, I hope there's no dead Uncle Floyd. So, is this the way he lives? This is a bachelor's life here. So,
Yeah, this is rough,
the dog is in charge of that place.
right?
Let's see if I can.
Okay, so
And Kat said, "Thank you, Nikki."
Aww,
So she said,
that's
showing Marty in for what's possible, and yeah,
totally.
and it's hopefully. Remember, please like, share, subscribe, hit the notification button, thumbs up. Give me a hug on your way out the door. I'll take it all. So,
Yeah.
but
That's one of my favorite bits. Like when you finish like a stand-up set, is you just ask people to like and subscribe, and then don't tell them what your social media is. One of my favorite things. Just why?
Like, can we call everyone back?
you know, I like that.
I get really confrontational. Like if people get too close to me in train stations as well. I had one the other day, and my little sister's like got anxiety, and she told me to shut up because we're at a train station, and a guy brushed past me. There was room on the platform for him to move around, mate, and he pushed into me, and I went, "What, do you want a kiss or something?" And he turned around, and I went, "Was that a yes?" And then he just walked off very quick.
You better be careful.
Was like, you need to stop picking fights with people. I was like, I can't help it. It's a disease of the mind.
he'll give you a peck on the cheek with his fist, but
it's like I've got like little dog energy, but I'm 6 foot, so I just mess with people and kind of sometimes get away with it because I look sort of like Bigfoot. I've emailed you a picture of me, by the way.
You've emailed me a picture, okay?
Yeah, of me looking like uncharacteristically happy. That dog's way too big, by the way.
That's a dog from Turner and Hooch, isn't it? That's
beautiful.
Would you send it to the Para OR Normal Guyz?
This yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay.
I have a feeling like this will be a good one. Not that I'm saying the other ones weren't good, but this one will be the best.
Of course.
So, you see, that's my writing workshop voice. Then I'm like, you know what, I can't say something's good without having to remind the nervous poet that doesn't mean I thought everything else was bad. He's like, but you really like the last poem. Does that mean the other 19 are bad? I'm like, well, yeah, but I'm not going to tell you.
They were. What was it? I guessed.
Yeah.
I guess they were okay.
What I'm doing is just trying photos right now. So you guys can talk. I was just letting you know that that's what I'm doing. I'm just kind of working it out to see what I can see.
Okay.
I wanted you guys to watch because sometimes it is a process just like this.
Well,
It's important for you to see that if you're going to try to do it, it literally is, you have to work at it.
Yeah, I get that. I've got a friend who likes it when people watch him doing it.
Well,
I don't think that's with still pictures.
you know, not exactly.
I usually have to pay money for that. So.
Right.
You're in America.
Right.
You have to pay your government to turn the cameras off.
That's true.
Right.
I've got a relationship planned near this street lamp. Please stop recording all the audio. You just ring. You just look into your webcam while your computer's off, and you go, "I know you're in there. Please don't tell my wife."
You know, one of the paranormal experiences I had, I was curled up in bed, ready to go to sleep, had the covers all pulled up on my shoulder, and all of a sudden, I felt a presence over my left side leaning over and in my ear, and I could feel the heat coming from the breath that said, "She knows everything." Talking about not frickin' sleeping. I was like, what does she know?
I bet that was her. You know.
I blame her mom, Pat. You found it already?
No, I haven't. But this is what I wanted to make a point of too, is because you're not going to see anything in this photo, right? The way that it sits. We're not going to see that in there. It's too big. This photo on top is too big. There's a solution for that, which is we just reduce it down to the size of the photo. Now, if this fits right where it sits, that's called a gift of the spirit. That's one of the sub rules to rule number 1. And it's a lot. It's a lot to, you know, what I'm saying, to take in and absorb. But I'm saying that because I wanted to show you how big the photo can be on top of here. And so let's just see.
It was like when he was taking one photo, it was zoomed in, whereas the other one was he was standing back a few feet. So
yeah. Okay, so
I'm trying to remember our radio audience that's listening to this intently going down the road that can't see it. So I want them to have I want them to have a visual mind of it.
Okay, so basically what happens is I drop a photo onto a background photo, and that photo was double the size of the background photo.
Sure.
So you're not going to be able to see anything in that. So all I do is put it corner to corner as close as I can. I don't even try to be perfect. I just go ahead and shrink reduce the size of the whole photo to fit on top of the photo and just kind of start there. So that's what we're doing right now. Just to see, this is all we're doing right now to see if it's a gift to the spirit. This is who we're looking for, this big cute guy right here, Moby. Isn't that correct?
Yes. Yeah, that's him.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Okay, so this is who we're looking for, is Moby. Can you see Moby's eye right there?
Yep.
Can you see him coming through a little bit when I take that out? No, nobody's ever going to see that, but you see it.
It's like the introduction. It's like the introduction to Doctor Who in the 1960s. Keep doing it.
Right. So now all I've done is duplicated the photo and eliminated the one that we had up there. So that's all that is. You can tell when I'm switching them around. I just don't want you guys to think I'm doing funny business. That's why I'm explaining everything. So
you have to charge extra for funny business.
Uh-oh. Well, you're in trouble, Phillip. He's the funny guy here. Okay, so
I just like, I'm so sorry, it's so unprofessional, but I got a notification on my phone and I turn all the notifications off, so I was like, this must be really important. But it's just my Instagram account, and it's like somebody's liked a comment that I wrote, and I don't remember writing it, and I found it really funny. And then I realized I'd written it, and I was like, oh, it's not funny anymore. It's like the judgment crept in.
You cracked yourself up to your nervous, you.
Yeah, somebody says my boyfriend just took his shirt off to go to the bathroom. I've never heard of this. Is this a thing men do? And I said, I don't just take my shirt off. I also put my favorite going to the toilet shoes on. They're the glittery ones in my profile. And I was like, what? And I looked in my profile and I'm like, they're proper dress shoes. I was like, I don't remember saying this. I've never done. Why would they say that? It's like half the stuff, like when you write in comedy, half of it's like, if you don't remember it, you look back and you're like, I might just be profoundly unwell. Like, what if this wasn't what if I meant this? You know,
funny man is losing his mind.
Yeah. Everybody's just laughing, and I'm like, it's a cry for help, you know.
They're throwing stuff at you.
Call 1-888-88 your
Julia says that she loves this, Ross. Thank you. Great birthday present and happy birthday again. So
Thanks,
Ross,
everybody.
you are loved in this community, Ross. We're going to get you loved overseas now with Phillip. So,
Yeah, I was talking backstage with Glenn. He's going to be your agent, Phillip.
Oh, that'd be fantastic for me. Yeah, I need an agent.
You guys, I'm trying to show
mean,
you guys.
applications are also open for a sugar mummy.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're looking for a daddy and a bunch of other spaces you're hiring for?
No, preferably female, but I'm desperate.
you know, the old joke is that gay porn pays more. So I don't know.
Yeah, I love that. I love that shirt. There's a shirt on the front of the shirt. It says "I'm not gay," and on the back it says, "But $20 is $20."
$20 is $20.
Yeah, love that.
We're not trying to offend you, Ross. I've already offended West Virginia, so.
No, little boy blue. He needed the money.
Are you guys ready?
I figured you'd probably pull the plug on me when you heard me cracking on the Biden jokes. I figured, oh, Ross has done pulled the plug. I'm fired.
I think I was making dinner for my son that just got home from work. I think that's when I was in the other room or whatever.
We were just busting balls, so I was like, "Yeah, Ross will just fire me." He'll be like, "Nope, can't have that."
Was it when he had the pole camera outside his house or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was walking the dog for that one.
But well, we all agree that no matter who's in office, they're all going to give you great comedy. So,
oh yeah.
One of the things I like, you probably have a firsthand knowledge of this, Ross, of having a heart attack when it happens, but they all do human things. They all trip, they all fall, they all slip. But the media makes like it's some big giant deal. Like, come on, man, haven't you ever done that in your life? So
the biggest thing they do that with is days off, vacation days and whatever else. From the moment in Trump's case, from the moment he came down that golden escalator, that tacky ass golden escalator.
Can I just interrupt and ask, does anybody else have a theory as to why the escalator was golden? Because I have a theory.
I think that's his big piss stream.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking it was somebody else's big piss stream.
On him, maybe?
Yeah.
That could be. I don't know tacky things about that or kinky things about that. He supposedly does not drink and doesn't do which is bullshit because DJ TJ is one of the biggest crack whores going. You constantly hear shit about Hunter being a cokehead. Just look at DJ TJ when he's on some rant and look at his eyes. He's cracked out on something good.
Oh, they all are. What is it about money and power? You want more and more and more, and you can't stop.
Yeah.
And I don't understand that, but I guess it's because I'm poor. So, Ross, you're making her work.
Well, it was interesting that she's playing with that corner of the bed because when I took that photo, Matrix now has the whole bed to himself, my other Mastiff. And, we pile he sleeps closer to the air conditioner by that phone that's in the top left corner of on the nightstand. That's Matrix there. So, Moby always slept at the foot end of the bed and always on the corner closest to the door, which is the one that is actually in this photo piled up with pillows. But it's interesting that she's finding shit in that corner where I can see her, manipulating Moby. That was actually where it is. And this is the question I forgot to ask earlier in the previous episodes, Nikki, when you and I were talking about all this stuff. And I thought about it during the dog walk tonight. When you see the energy that they leave, that the spirit leaves, would you classify it as the spirit being there in the moment the photo was taken, or would you consider it as residual energy?
In the actual photo I think it's more residual energy that you're seeing the trail, but there's always going to come to a focal point, kind of like we did on Marty. And now they're getting really big so that nobody can miss what I'm showing you. right? You really can't miss that you can see Marty that big. So I do think that the trails have to do, but there's always going to come to some type of a focal point along, whether it's up here. They all lead somewhere,
Yeah.
right? So yes, I do believe that all the little ripples off are, more residual energy than anything else. But it like I said, it's only because it comes to some type of a point. So that's the reason I think that. I do think that they're there. I do think that they were able to manipulate the lights and shadows and come through in that way for that picture. Yes. And like I said, it is an odd subject because you can have, people who aren't past. You can, I channeled Frida Kahlo. You know what I mean? I don't really know how it works, but I know if you do these things, they're going to show up.
Yeah.
I don't really even can't call it if it's, whatever.
Well, isn't it true that everything in nature has a pattern of some shape? So if it is natural energy, it would have to come out in some type of pattern. I mean, I'm just...
And let me point out things like this.
That's my GED speaking, but yeah.
See how that's already mapped out? So when I take this out, you can still see how things are in that same shape.
Stop it.
It's not necessarily like where you would notice. Yeah. Whole photo picture. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, I definitely see his eyes and nose in the blanket.
Mm-hmm. You can see, what's the other one? Who's the other
That's
one?
Matrix.
So yeah, you can even see Matrix when I take this all the way out. You can see his pinpoint indicators too. You can see where his eyes go. You can see where that ear is. You're kind of drawn to that part of it right here where his ear is. That's what I was drawn to when I seen it. But, it's just a matter of the whole photo fitting in. But, nobody's ready to handle that.
Stop it. Yeah. No, I mean.
I know. It's And so I'm going to go ahead and move on even from this one because every single photo that you give me, I can literally get you results out of each one. It comes down to what I know that's going to help you and not hurt you. Because I don't want to give you images that I can see and then you're like, this is, BS, and it blows the whole thing out. So, this is what I do when you send me those 3 to 5 pictures. Now, of course, if I get the first one and it's like a total winner, you know what I mean? I'm probably going to give you that because I'm doing, 58 portraits in one post. So when I work individually with people, this is where that comes into play. That's why I like having the month-long class because it literally gives us ample opportunities for an entire month long to just play and experiment and me really get to prove to you what I'm saying to you. And that's the whole point, is that you believe it. It doesn't matter if anybody else believes you. Nobody else is going to believe you. It's not their journey. It's up to you. People will see it. Don't get me wrong. People will see it and they will flat out tell you like, I don't know. Just kind of make you like question. But remember what I said. If it can try to stop you, it will.
So that's an important photo there too. The one you had a Matrix. That's the view into the kitchen and the living room in the background from the dining room.
Okay.
And Matrix
this
is
is
always
the area
there.
over here, right?
So
I
that
was in
is,
earlier. Finally.
yes, on the sofa in the background. But if you see that stool at the end of the counter, Matrix has something called mega esophagus. Not the one by his nose. Yeah, that one with the that's a toy on the floor. Matrix puts his front legs up on that stool. And you see the towel spread out on the counter because he slobbers a lot. He needs gravity to help him swallow. So he gets fed by a spoon, and that's his spot at the dinner table. Now, if you pan out and go to the refrigerator that's right there, that's not an orb, that's a light from the lamp. Right inside from the dining room into the kitchen, that big gray thing, that's the refrigerator. And what used to be on the floor right beside of the refrigerator was Moby's dish. And so I was wondering if you saw anything in that space, because it was a space that Moby spent a lot of time in.
Well, and we're definitely going to check that out. But see, that's the thing about spirit. Spirit will give you those personal messages. And truthfully, I can see something along right in here. And this is the fridge, right?
Yes.
So it could be that it would come up exactly how you want it, or spirit can surprise you with something else, which is usually what happens.
And that could be. Yeah.
Don't be too closed off, that it's not there, because
Yep, that's fine.
it's just the way that it works. So this isn't dropped on there naturally. You're never going to see it. Now, can you see it? Can you see where the little lines? Now, remember, I've had to take into consideration many times about after vision. After vision is very real. After vision can literally last up to, I don't know, I forget what it was up to last time, 13 seconds or whatever. So it's important for me to take that into consideration. You're never going to see anything that I give you if after vision can take it away too easily. So that's why I have to kind of, do all the work. Here we go again, because you see me just do the first rule. This is another part of the first rule because the picture is way too big. So then I try it here. That's why I want people to kind of watch me do it, because then it'll give you an idea of how to play with it. My computer's freezing. That's why it's being a little slow. But so you're not going to see anything in that either, even though we could maybe work out some of the details. So now I have to go even smaller for where I feel like I saw it. So now I'm done following the first two basic rules, or actually the first rule. And so now I'm going to go ahead and just, go over here where I think I can see stuff, where you thought you could see stuff. It's a little harder because it's a white linoleum floor. There isn't a whole lot of shadow in the picture. So I just kind of play around with it and kind of match up where I can feel like I saw stuff too. Mm-hmm. And then just see what happens when I reduce transparency. It's really hard on things that have little finite markings on it, because then it's hard to kind of unless it was like with the cat the other day, how you could see the eye real prominent. So even though I can see a shape here, you're never going to see that. So what happens with this picture is it goes to the back of the line again. And then I work on the other ones and see, what I come up with, because I would rather help than hurt. So I can't give you this picture even though I can see it.
When you say rather help than hurt, what do you mean by hurting? Like, how would you hurt?
Well,
how would you hurt
how it would hurt is if I tell you, here's your side-by-side and you can't see it. Because you're not going to believe what I'm saying to you, even though I can see it. You're not going to see it. And what that can do is deter you. It can deter you off of the path that, if I gave you a good result, you could see it well. That's why people have to be willing to work with me. Yeah. If you're willing to work with me and we take these 5 photos, I guarantee you're going to see it somewhere in the 5, maybe not in 1 or 2 or 3. It might be number 4 or 5.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Sure.
If people don't if they don't see it and you see it, but you said earlier that they can, what you're doing is something that people can do themselves at home using a free app. So does it really matter that much if their personal relationship with you, if they don't see what you're seeing? Because they could contact another medium, or they could work it out themselves. So it doesn't really, that connection between you two people doesn't really matter that much for the psychic picture, because they could generate one themselves, couldn't they?
Well, if they can see the same as I can, and they can, use this pixlr.com, they can do exactly what I'm doing and put it where they can see it, because that's all I'm doing. I just kind of get blessed to see these different angles, because I have a big screen, I have a phone, I have a tablet, I have a laptop. So that's how I kind of discovered that I can see all of them all over the place, because.
But don't take anything away from your natural eye too, because you see things that we didn't. So don't shortchange yourself there.
See, that was actually
because I've done a bit of this before privately for people, and it was interesting when you said before, the linoleum floor you were struggling with. Whereas I saw loads of stuff in the linoleum floor, so I'd have been able to get stuff I'd have been able to get images out of the floor. And I actually thought about the fridge before he mentioned the fridge, whereas you thought about the fridge after he mentioned the fridge, and I thought, Well, I've caught the fridge out there, so it's interesting how there's like different levels of stuff.
Now you're
She
assuming.
also caught that
I-
corner of the bed without me telling her too.
And I caught the fridge too. I just didn't say anything. So don't assume that I didn't see the fridge. My eyes went to the fridge. That's why I brought it up after he had mentioned whatever. I was already drawn to the fridge too. But that's what I love about us talking about it. Because now we're all three like, oh, okay. So you were thinking of the fridge too? I was too. You know what I mean? So that's where it can, come together with everybody's points of view and eyesight. So what I would tell you, Ross, before I would just give you this picture, because I don't know how it would affect you if I give it to you if you really just couldn't see it, right? So what I would end up doing is telling you to send me your other 2 photos that you were supposed to take 3 to 5. And if not, you could snap them, whatever. But somewhere in those 3 to 5, I'm going to get you a picture that you're clearly going to be able to see, just like I did for Kathleen. Let me point out, the reason why Kathleen's were so easy is because Kathleen's a practitioner. She already practices continuing bonds daily.
Okay.
There's no stone left unturned when it comes to if something happens. If she's like, wonder, she doesn't. She assumes. And so her photos show it. Now, you just kind of took pictures on the fly. That's why I say Spirit can give us stuff. And if you gave me the other 2, maybe it's in there where it's real clear and you'll be able to see it. But this is the difference between people who really do practice and, that Spirit will give you an in if you're not a practitioner. Because really the point is for everybody to kind of, understand that this is happening. So you're not feeling like you're totally all alone. Somebody in the middle of feeling like they're having a breakdown, if we can just get people to understand that this is happening. And, maybe other people can, like Phillip said, he does it a little bit too. Take these rules that I put out here, take the rules and see what you can, get on your own from it. Because like he said, he's going to see different, he could have found 58 things. It's not just about finding 58 things. I can too. I can find stuff all over the linoleum, but it could hurt somebody.
It's about picking the right one.
I'm still trying to figure that part out. What do you mean it could hurt? Like, what is going to hurt with eating my dog?
It can hinder you. It can hinder you. If I give you a result and tell you this is what it is, and you're a person that's grieving, if I tell you that's what it is, you're going to be like, I don't want anything to do with that because that isn't what I saw at all.
Yeah, it would be like a false positive is what you're saying.
Yes.
It's very hard to get a false positive when people are grieving, though, because, I know from family members who are grieving. I've known someone, and she would hear her father's voice just all the time. And she saw a psychic who was like, "Oh, he's trying to tell you this, he's trying to tell you that," and she would just she'd just nod along with it. And then we took her to a different psychic, and they said something completely different, and she just went along with that as well, and she completely forgot what the first one said. And then we went to a third psychic. Yeah. It was like an Irish joke. I mean, we got to the third psychic, and they went, the first 2 psychics were wrong. And it was such a funny story because it reminded me of a time I had a friend in college, and he got mugged 3 times whilst walking through a park. It reminded me a lot about that because he got mugged on the way in, and then he got mugged in the middle, and he told the mugger, "I've not got anything, I've just been mugged." So the second mugger mugged the first mugger, and then as he was walking back through the park afterwards, he saw a third guy mug the second guy. And it just reminded me of that because it's like not that anybody's been mugged, of course, but this idea that there's this hierarchy there, and I'm wondering is there you're a good psychic clearly, but do you know anybody that's better at spotting images? Because do you think that there's potentially a most psychic?
Well, I think it's a matter of practice more than anything because, like I said, I can find things all over the floor too, but if you're going to give something that somebody, just like this, what I was just zoomed in on right here on Moby's nose, you can clearly see the lines when I take it away. Now, remember, we have to accommodate for after vision. So it's always going to be somebody who's arguing the after vision point, and you can't argue that because it's real, but I'm not just picking things out. That's kind of the difference in what you're talking about and what I'm talking about. I'm literally drawn to areas, and you will be too. Just like you said, those 50 in the floor,
I don't know. I think we're talking
right?
about the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with
So
Philip
it's not
there.
just
Yeah.
me. It's not just me like trying to make rhyme or reason out of it. It's literally just like the photo snapped into place on the other portrait that I did. It's
Mhm.
literally like that's not just a random occurrence that that
The thing
did
is, yeah.
that fluidly.
Have you heard of fractals, like the Mandelbrot set?
Mhm.
So
I have
like
heard of fractals.
when it comes to like images like with a lot of detail like this one in clouds, there's a point where you can actually zoom into them and you sort of like mathematically you get essentially the same kind of randomness regardless of you have that much of the image or the whole image, which is why I think it's very easy to find the same image everywhere in the picture, and the actual act of placing it is just placing it based on the significance that the grieving person places upon the area in the picture where you're placing the picture. You see where I'm coming from? So you're going to find them everywhere.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
here's the
Because it's
thing
based
why you
on
might find these
variability.
everywhere.
True.
The tiles that make up my living room and kitchen are replicated tiles. So one tile is identical to the one right aside of it. So you're
Right.
gonna see multiple pictures of the same thing because you're looking at multiple tiles that are the same thing.
Not necessarily because lights and shadows.
It's coming from, but that is absolutely not the point I was trying to make. I noticed that the tiles are all the same anyway.
Right.
No, it literally any image with enough.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you knew that and it wasn't misleading you into thinking that movies all over the place.
No,
The example I was actually thinking of is like people's skin is actually a better example because it's less likely for you to get a fractal set out of that tiles because there's not actually any randomness there. If you'd rotated one or two of them, if your builder was a bit drunk, then then you'd have it. But no, it's more like in human skin and clouds. That's actually how. That's exactly, Kat. It makes a grid. So that's actually how Disney and Pixar design clouds in their CGI. So they realized they couldn't draw accurate clouds, but they got a computer to find out an algorithm to generate an image of a cloud, and you zoom it out and you just replicate the formula. It's exactly the same, but it looks like a bigger cloud because everything's kind of fractal, and that's like a main thing in a lot of psychic stuff that I'm sure you know of. The microcosm, the macrocosm, and you get that in the pictures because there's visual noise, so you can see stuff there, you can see stuff there, like that.
And you'll hear people a lot of times too. They'll say when I show them their portrait, they'll say, I see him over here too. You could literally sit there and do that all day after that because it is the way that it is. I just kind of pick the best one out of all of them that I think that everybody's going to be able to see.
To basically use a photographer's term, the sharpest one.
Yeah. Or the one where the focal point actually came to. I might have started here and then the trail led me around, and then by the time I get done to take all those out and have this one that's the focal point. That'll be the one that everybody, if I hadn't done the work, I wouldn't have got to the one that everybody can see.
Okay, I got you now. So
now I wanted to show you also, because remember the other night on Saturday when we were talking about how I could see in Todd's photos. And I screenshotted and stuff and did all that. And you can definitely see changes in the video. I speeded it up so it's not so slow for you to have to look at. But literally, this is what's in Todd's photo.
Oh, I hope Todd's watching.
This is just a side by side. It's a little bit hard for me to tell if you can see because my screen over here is darker. So you're not really going to be able to see unless I can show you. These are eyes. This is nose. This is mouth. So this is chin. Here's mouth. There's nose. Here's eye, and here's eye. The only thing I did to that photo was just play around with the color a little bit. Can you see the same thing over here? The nose, the mouth, the chin, the eyes. I just played around with the color and actually kind of made it a little bit worse. Because when you look at this guy, after I did this to it, you can still see him over here. So now you can see if I point out here's a face right here that I can see with nose, eyes, mouth. Now, when I did the color, I can see it turned a different way with nose, mouth, eyes. So you can
Yeah, I
actually
can
see it now over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
I think that it's happening in all these different. Now, this is the whole guy that I seen in the background. But remember what I showed you with Marty? How there's little Martys, and then it makes up a big picture of Marty. So I really believe that that's actually what's going on that I was seeing live when we were on the live the other day, because now you can kind of see this big guy right here, right? The mouth, nose, eyes. But, you know, when zoomed in, it's literally like this guy right here. There's a guy right here. There's a nose, there's a mouth, there's eyes right here. So, you know, once it's reduced back down, now you can see like the big guy.
Yeah.
You can see him good in the one that I mapped out.
What was it in Star Trek when they would beam from one place to another? They would all break down into little teeny shiny parts, and they would kind of fade out of the
fly.
Yeah, so it's kind of like that. I sent you a picture from Philip, Nikki, but we don't have any other photo from him. So, but he sent me that one.
I wanted to see if you could find me in somebody else's photo.
Yeah, I'm not actually going to do that, because I really need to get to the people who were kind enough to submit photos tonight. It's just really only fair that, you know, I go ahead and come through for them, because they did take the time to do this earlier.
No, of course, because it's your show.
I appreciate that, Philip. I would love to do that for you anytime, though, if you want to do that privately.
No,
I will put you to
is this like a paid service that you do?
Right now, no. Everything I do is for free. I do have it set up. If you did want to schedule something with me, then yes, you go through my Calendly software, pick your day and time, and you know you're going to pay for that service through Calendly.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I wasn't taking the piss. I just wanted to see if you
I
you
know,
could
and I
get an
hate to
image.
even have to say it.
If you could get an image from me, and
well,
like
I'm sure that we can. It's
could,
just a matter of working together.
Oh, not doing it today, because this is somebody else's show. I don't want to like take extra time on somebody else's show. You know, I've done my bit. You're doing your bit.
Well, and like I said, I just really have people who need it too, that came tonight, that, you know, they did their part too. So I want to go ahead and make sure that I at least can get a couple of them, because it should actually be faster than this. I'm actually talking too much right now, and I should be doing photos while you guys are kind of whooping it up and then interrupting me or whatever. So let's just do that.
Well, we can move to another room, and you can keep doing your.
You guys just gonna leave me, huh?
We're not going to leave you. We kind of like you.
I mean, I might leave, but it's nothing personal. I've been itching to leave for about half an hour. It's 4 a.m. here. I've got a meeting in like 4 hours, so I've got to.
Well, yeah, you need to rest, because this could be important. So
I need to pass out, but I'm gonna. This is broadcast to YouTube. Can I catch up the rest of this on YouTube later?
Absolutely. On the Para Normal Guyz. So,
and I just want to say real quick too, Philip, really you can also go to seeyourangel.today and download that little ebook that I was talking about this whole time.
Yeah, I read that. Give it to me the other week.
And it's just a really quick little breakdown. It's not anything extensive, but it'll give you a little idea.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. See Your Angel. Yeah, I'll have a look at it.
All right,
seeyourangel.today.
I would like to invite you to come back anytime.
Oh yeah, I'd love to. Yeah,
I think it was great. I know the time sucks because you know it's so late over there. So
no, it's like I only thought it'd be like an hour long anyway, and I just thought I'd stay along for the.
Oh well, and we love it when our guests do that.
Photos, but because I thought it was interesting, because I know people that do that like over here. So I've got like a vested interest in it.
Which is why I'm taking it bigger, because I need to meet up with those people. We all need to collab.
Okay.
Yeah, see what everybody's seeing.
I can get you to Philip. Do you care if I give her your email address, Philip?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Or actually, she can find you on my Facebook. Sorry, you can do that.
Oh yeah,
so.
that'll be easier because I never check the emails.
Well, you're not the only one. I get that a lot. So, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Philip. I'll shoot you a message in a couple days if you're a late nighter. Heck, I'd
Yeah,
like to
sure,
have you
yeah.
back. If you're ever up late Saturday nights, we do a crazy comedy show where we just sit and make fun of each other.
Oh yeah, that's my kind of thing, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a blast with that. So I'll tell you about that, and maybe you'd like to come in. And we have a ventriloquist, so don't be shocked. We make fun of him frequently. So,
I just want to say thanks to Donna as well, and thanks for getting my name spelled right. My own degree has one of the L's missing, and I'm still angry about it 6 years hence. I've contacted them, but the admin was terrible. So, like, I don't expect I'm going to get it fixed anytime soon.
oh gosh.
But yeah, if anybody wants to read some free sci-fi from me, it is actually free. I'm not even going to ask you for your email address or anything. It's I'm not one of those authors. Although you can give it to me, and I'll just send you like email pictures of my cat or something. But it's a picture of my cat. Yeah. But yeah, it's just like realphilipcarter.substack.com, and I've got a bit of a ghost story on there, which is kind of thematic, I guess. I completely forgot about Halloween. I just have really weird timing. So yeah.
All right.
See you guys later.
All right, Philip.
All right,
thanks again.
thanks, Philip.
We'll get in touch and have you back soon.
Sweet. See you guys.
All right, see you, Philip. Get some rest, by the way.
Yeah, I'll try. I've got to go on my morning walk still as well, so I'm going to go do that right now after this abrupt leaving.
Don't get mugged. Talk to you soon. That was Philip. He was great.
I'm going to be the next victim. I have an 8 o'clock that I need to be on in the morning, and I need to crash because I was up till 4:30 last night, and then get up for this morning's 8 o'clock. So, yeah, happy birthday to me.
Yeah, right.
It sucks being the working man. So we can carry on without the radio part. We don't need the radio part per se. I mean, we love the radio, but
I'll try to be better about that too. More descriptive next time.
Yeah,
think about it a little more.
Well, that way she can be more video, and you don't have to worry about that. But I will see you all, or at least you, Glenn. But will you be there on Saturday again, Nikki?
Possibly. I may have something I have to do, but I possibly could be.
Okay, well, I'll definitely see you, Glenn. And Glenn, you and I will talk before that anyway.
Sounds good.
All right, everybody.
All right, Ross, happy birthday. Take care.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Ross.
What really was a bigger seller was when you started putting Moby on the corner of the bed on top of Phillip, and you still found something anyway. That's because that was
and that doesn't mean that, that was just the end. That was your 3 photos. What we would do if we didn't get anything clear, you would just send me more. So just keep that in mind. It's not over.
No, that's fine.
All right, cool.
But no, that sofa was his space, and so was that corner of the bed that was filled with all the pillows.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Oh, sure.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's the way that the picture fell. So it's not like me doing it. You know what I mean? Like
that's the point. That's why it's convincing for me. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool.
I'm glad. My honor.
Well, any of your listeners, if they'd like to continue to hear us, we are on the Para OR Normal Guyz on YouTube. So hop on over here. Not that I'm trying to steal listeners from you, Ross.
Yeah, well, they'll be back and forth anyway.
Yeah, it's true, because can't have us without you. So, or you without us. I don't know, one or the other. So.
It's all one big family.
It is, and we work together. We're all going to make it one day. When I grow up, I'm going to be a DJ.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it, Ross.
What's that? Sorry.
I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you to tell him he already is. You always say that when you say that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm learning.
I'm talking to him. It's like talking to the wall.
You should meet my wife.
Yeah.
All right, Ross. We'll catch you soon.
Everybody. All right, definitely.
All right, night, Ross. Thanks.
Yeah. Fun night.
It was.
Night. Yeah.
All right, so who do we have? Whose did you want next?
Okay, I want to, since we got to emphasize about Donna, and then we did about Julia's mom. And then we got to go into, somebody who just kind of took pictures on the fly. I kind of saw those results. Let's go ahead and get Donna, since I know Chris will come through for us really good, probably.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and do Donna's, because I want to put that out there too, that's really the point, is the people who are, making it a point to do this are the ones who get great results from it, and it's not that much work.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I got to download them, and while I do that, you talk to the audience real quick. I will be right back.
All righty.
All yours.
What? Okay, so yeah, thanks all my friends for coming out and saying everything that you guys have said, and I'm just gonna keep it, on this kilter right here, that this is actually what Soul Portraits is doing here, is to open up these avenues for people who, it's a long shot, because you guys saw how, it was with Ross and trying to find that. But if Ross would work with me, we would definitely be able to get him results that he would be able to clearly see and feel really good about it. It's kind of like, this is 3 out of however many pictures. So the more pictures that we can get, together, that's when we really see that spirit really comes through for people who intentionally, because you're not going to take 50 photos and have one. That's not how spirit works. You're going to have 25 to 30 if you'll take 50. So I just want to make sure that that's out there, that it's really, really, really super important for you to do this with intention. And once you do it with intention, then you'll see, once we, do something else from another person who's a practitioner, it's really literally how it all evolves around to be that that's why they get the results, and theirs are so clear, like when we showed Chris in the microwave. So I can actually go to that real quick, because I can show you a couple of the photos that, we've done in other ways too. I want to also mention, Jaden Anderson. That's my friend Heather's son. And, I said the other day, he always comes through for his mama. And, this is just, it's a total game changer when it comes to grief, because if you know that you can do this, it makes a complete difference. And, you feeling like that's just over. So let me see. I have to kind of figure out where to go. It's really hard to be on here all by myself. But I'm not used to just talking incessantly by myself. So yeah, I would have had to done a little bit better stuff. I don't want to go all through my files here because people's names are on there. So I can't really go into that folder. That's what I just did. That's why it says LOL, because it was supposed to be my 3rd weekend Friday post, and it ended up being a fiasco that I still have portraits I have to give away. So let's see, what else can I go into? This is what we just did. So those are the only 2 we've had so far in there. I can show you guys a couple of other portraits that I kind of have brought up recently.
So I'm back.
Okay,
Let's
so
let's see if they've all downloaded. No, go ahead. No.
Okay, so like this is the first image I ever came in on Donna. I saw it and I was like, whoa. Okay, I have to show this chick this because I don't know if she realizes what's going on. So as you can see, here, oh, sorry, I got to get my mouse right. Now I'm back over on the other screen again. So there's Chris. Get him over here. There he is over here. But here's the little hidden gem. This is why they say Spirit always gives us exceedingly more.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you're going to have these indicators: mouth, nose, eyes, chin, nose, mouth, chin.
Oh,
eyes.
yeah.
So I was able to actually give her 3 portraits in, my first initial meeting with her.
Wow.
So this is why me and her are, tight like we are, because we literally have worked together pretty much since the day that I met her and I gave her this when I just happened upon her group. and came in and saw all this. So I was like, oh, okay, this is good right here. But yeah, so these are straight off the bat. Donna got results like these.
Wow.
And that's, in my opinion, all because she is a continuing bonds practitioner. She's gonna get like phenomenal results. And so she said, I'm using that cup right now. So yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Kat. Thank you. Marty's telling me he has other plans for tonight, so I'll talk to you later. All right, Kat, thank you so much for coming in and doing all that.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it. And remember, please like, follow, share, subscribe. Please, I need it. I have no friends. AI doesn't even like me. Inside joke. Trying to get caught up on all the chat here while I was downloading.
It's just a matter of, adjusting our visuals. I mean, look at these eyes. Look at the nose. Look at the mouth. How could I not? I can't miss it. You can't miss it, but you will.
Yeah, after you see it, you can't unsee it. Yeah, absolutely.
And even this one, there's nose, there's eyes, there's indicators here, but we skip over them because we're looking at the cup. Now, the funniest part to that to me is you're looking at the cup, but can you see them here? It's like we just, yeah, it's like we just kind of like skip over it because it is like that invisible kind of predator thing. If you look, we've got all kinds of things that we can find in the cup, but who would hide it that good, right? It would have to be, something a little bit bigger than just these random, oh, I see it here, oh, I see it here, oh, I see it here. Like these are in particular spots that it comes to. And, this is where the upgrades started coming in for the bigger picture. Because I always find stuff like this. I can see them right now. But, it started getting big here for me. And now I'm building little portraits. And then they look like a big portrait. So it's always changing, always evolving. Let's see. Oh, you did send me pictures, Glenn. Sorry, I didn't know I'm talking.
No. I did, but you were showing where we could see that. And like you said, you just can't see it.
Right. All right. So I am doing Donna's pictures now. Let me save those. Did she? Are those the only 4 that she sent?
Let me look. I had it downloading. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, she did not.
Okay, well, I can, I kind of wanted to show that that's how it works also, is the picture that she sees too works. Since I'm not alone trying to find out, what I can see or whatever. And I'm not sure if she realizes this is basically like the same picture on all 4 photos.
Yeah, I know. I went back and looked to make sure that I hadn't downloaded just one while I had to make a pit stop.
Okay, so that's okay. We're just going to go ahead and, work with what we have because I can see Chris now. So we'll just go ahead and,
Oh, we didn't think you couldn't.
Well, it's always in question, especially because these look so similar. You know what I mean? So,
unless she's trying to trick you.
Right? Which is always a possibility.
And I was going to say, I'm sure you've had people try that.
Well, I asked people to do it. I had to find out if it was true. I was finding people left and right.
But you've never had somebody tried to come in and trick you.
Well, just the person that ended up tricking me, because I asked them to trick me because I needed to know. And so most people just hear I can do this, and so they were adding photos legitly. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like this person, I don't even think she was like, oh, let me trick her. But I'm the one who, saw him. And so that was her response. I see exactly what you're telling me that you can see, but he's not passed away. And so that made me have to stop, and it really set me aback because I'm like, well, how is that? Because I've been finding, people who are, transitioned. And so now here, this is the first time that, because I was finding people every time. And so this lady came along and she said that to me and it really set me back. But it's like any mediumship. If I go into a mediumship reading and I tell the medium I want my grandma to come through, I really miss her home cooking. You know what I mean? It's not hard to trick mediumship. I don't know what anybody really gets out of it, but I asked for it to happen because I'm like, at this point, I just don't know what's going on because I can find so many portraits. And, I don't even have an explanation for that, how that is actually the case. You know what I mean?
Listen, I think that goes back to what I think it has got to do with the intent of
totally.
our brain. Well, and, our eyes are just a computer. And that computer has got lenses and stuff like a camera. So is it too hard to think that it could also be projecting? I mean,
right. And I think personally, it really has to be projecting. Honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you on that.
I really wish Donna would have sent me her favorite photo. That would have made this so much easier because I can see, but that's actually the beauty and the magic of it. So Donna, if you would, can you do that? It's for the same spot, and he told me when to take it. Okay, yeah. Well, that makes it a little bit hard because that's the only thing I have to work with is the same looking area, but it can also happen that way too because it uses lights and shadows. Energy does vibrate and move. You know what I mean? So, let's see. I don't know if she maybe can't hear me or something. It'll be a little bit harder for me to just, kind of show you the point. It won't be too bad, but it just really works out marvelously because how else could Spirit confirm for that person better than it's the actual photo that they sent of the loved one that comes through? Me picking it out is all good too because you might not have seen it before. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
but
these are also
all the
clients you've worked with, yeah.
Yeah. And which is why I have all these photos right now, Chris. This is the photo that was in the microwave. Same photo that she ironically used in a side-by-side years before we met or whatever. You know what I mean? However long it was. But so, yeah. I mean, it really is like, this is how I actually did it at first. Only I'm not going and looking for stuff. That's what kind of makes it harder when I don't have the person that gave me all the stuff that we needed. Because then it leaves it up to me and you won't relate as good. You know what I mean? As if you did all the work.
Yeah.
So, let's see. It just makes it a little bit harder because I have to try to figure out where I can see what I can see instead of being drawn because now you've connected me with that image. And I don't think she's going to answer me back. So you can send me
she did ask what photo do you want, so.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not looking at that. I'm not looking at the chat. I apologize.
No. And no, didn't want to interrupt you. And hello, Facebook user. She did ask which photo do you want, so.
Who is dismissing that, Donna? Are you saying I am? Anyone you want to pick. That's how it works. Anyone you want to pick.
I didn't even see that chat up there. Sorry.
I didn't either. That's why I didn't even realize it was going on. But yeah, you can actually, if you wanted to, Glenn, you could filter me, a few more photos in. And, maybe we'll have some good quick results too while we're waiting on Donna to get me, get you that picture to send to me.
All right.
She can send it directly to me too. She doesn't have to send it just to you. But no, I don't. The projection argument dismisses the live interactive component. Not at all. Not at all. Because there are different levels to it. me and you have this connection that's always there. So, yes, that's actually what it's through. But what about somebody who isn't doing this, who doesn't have that connection? I don't think it's as much dismissing what you're doing as it's allowing this to come through for somebody who doesn't have it yet.
Oh, did you think I was dismissing it?
I'm
No,
not
I
really
wasn't
sure. Yeah, I don't think, I know where she's coming from because it's, really hard to get the argument across without it being dismissed as just an accident or, something like that.
Well, but you say accident, but an accident, that's not, doesn't show intent.
Well, and I'm not sure what I just said because I was actually reading. I'm so sorry. What did you say?
Okay, I got you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I missed one. No, I didn't. No, what I was saying was that I wasn't dismissing her, but it's not an accident if she's intentionally thinking of it as well. So why could she not do both?
Well, and that's the thing. I think, she's just trying to explain, about her side of it because literally we get fire results together. You know what I mean? So that's why I say about the practitioner part of it, because people who do that, it is a direct connection of interactive mediumship because we can literally make requests and they'll do it. But I can't tell somebody who's brand new, go outside and, take a picture by this tree and ask your loved one. They're going to think you're nuts because they don't have any experience doing it. So there is that level that it supersedes, but there's also this entry level, you know what I mean, that everybody gets to come in at. Because this is available for everybody. It's just that practitioners are more focused and they're already drawing their loved one to them all the time.
Well, now I'm a newbie to this, but if I also recall, didn't she say that Chris was also highly intuitive too? So who's to say on the other side that he's not got a radio and trying to tune her in as well? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So,
Which,
it could be
grow in that direction.
And it could have been a stronger connection to start with too.
Yes,
I mean,
definitely
but no, by no means was I trying to dismiss her. No.
Yeah, I don't think that is. I think that it was just the point of hers being because it is Chris prompting her, just like it's Chris that prompted me to think of, the I should have knew, and then I got the interaction with the energy. So, there's something more going on than just this is me able to find, so and so in pictures.
Well, that's why I think it's also called phenomena.
Yes, it is phenomena.
And now I want to say phenomena. I'm getting punch happy now.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that's what she's saying. She didn't mean like dismiss in a bad way. She was just explaining, that it is interactive on both sides between Chris doing it with her and, her putting forth the intention and the effort to explore that into that back again.
Yep.
She's not getting those nudges and, ignoring them. She's getting them and welcoming them. And then that comes and brings more stuff. That's not just her sitting around, like thinking of ways to do it. It's literally a thought that comes in, a song that comes on. And I don't care what anybody says to you.
I had to when you said that. I got that in my head now. But no, and in that, like I said, it's because the radio's going two ways, and she's being proactive instead of reactive, which most of us are in most circumstances. Where, we're not doing something because we think it's a good idea. We're doing something. We put our seatbelts on because, we've seen highway deaths go down. So.
Right, exactly.
We put our kids in car seats now because of the same thing. It's a two-way street there with that. So I give that, but I also say
Reiterating that point.
Every time I hear that word, I think of animal singing. I think it's animal, but I think
think
of
it
that
is,
song.
yeah.
So yeah.
Now, I can point out some things on here where I can see Chris, and I'm just gonna go ahead and just throw in this photo right here because I feel, is this okay, Donna, that I put the goofy one with the pickled eggs? Let's see, channeled information, even something triggered ancient knowledge, forgotten, being remembered again. Yes, I think that that's very true because we all have we all know about, I can see faces. Everybody can see faces. You know what I mean?
She put it much better than I did with my. I can't say that word.
Okay, so okay, she said yes, great. So here we go. This is the Chris that we know and love right here, truthfully. The man, the myth, the legend right here, because he's funny. This dude like totally interjects constantly when I'm, working with him and stuff, and so I just hear this Chris right here a lot. It's like
There
he
you
just
go.
kind of slides into the picture with sunglasses on, right, and does his thing and fades on out.
Tom Cruise. How old was he, if you don't mind me asking?
Right. So it'll be funny. Doofus, she said.
Yeah.
Donna, fill him in while I'm doing this. Fill him in about Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really funny that the pickled bologna and the pickled eggs stayed in the picture. So here we go, right? Here's Doofus.
Yeah.
This is how it works. You've seen I did an AI, right?
Well, you've already heard my argument with AI, so, but
Right.
Yeah, he's like, we're gonna make a doofus of the guy on the radio here, so.
Right. So there you go. There you go.
All right,
She's
yeah.
answering you there on the chat.
I think she's saying she's younger, so.
Okay.
So she's a cougar. No, wait a minute. Cougar takes younger men. So never mind. You're not a cougar, Donna. So, well, I mean, you could be. I don't know. So,
Yeah. Right. Good point.
I don't know.
So
Let's see here. So,
start filling in my little blanks while you guys are. Right. Of course, the eggs stayed. Of course, they did. All right. So.
And you're going to the places you see more frequently, so, or not frequently, but whoa, where did my picture go? More clear, I guess.
Yep. And what I'm doing is now I have to just get the size right, and it's a little bit hard because of all the stuff in the background. And I can do it over here. Now I wanted to point out something too, because a lot of times when I do these, they'll look really big when I give them to you, as opposed to what you can see naturally. I wanted to focus on that a little bit because that comes to be because you're actually only seeing the outline. You don't get to see all the stuff that comes with it. So you can see how it is like smaller in that than it is when I put them in. Now this is still a little bit large, and it's not tilted the correct way or whatever. So basically, I'm just sitting here wherever I can see what I can see. I go ahead and just do that, which is basically what I'm doing here, just fitting them into this picture that I can see. Plus, you will notice that it hasn't been anything except for a shrunk photo. Now we're starting to see where this jar over here, and what did you say, Donna? The pickled eggs? Because this is the pickled bologna on this side. Right? So we can't see the pickled bologna. It's all dark there, but we can start to see the outline of the shape of the glass there for the jar. I can literally see the square.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This one's a little harder for me.
And they will be. I've had pictures that I've sent to Donna, and she's like, well, didn't you say you had a couple others? So, it's not unusual. This isn't a final result.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying it was.
Well, no. I'm just saying this is literally me just starting to fill in the blanks.
Sure.
Which is what I want people to see.
What's funny is I can actually see the shirt better than I can see the other parts. It just may be my vision too. So, because
that plays a huge role too.
Well, I also have a really weird vision disease. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, that's how Donna kind of helps me. Now, see, this is the thing for me though about this picture right here in particular. Okay, so when I take this out, see how you can still see how the mouth is like got this weird kind of smirk to it?
Yeah.
And so
like a cheese.
This is what I do is, it's my job to kind of line up these things that I can see without manipulating the picture.
Yeah.
So that's really what it all comes down to is me just trying to line up what I'm actually seeing now.
So it doesn't look like a double exposure.
And so you see how close it is right now, but it's still a little off. So I
can see it. I can see it. Now it's not as clear as some of the others, but I can see that. Now the shirt, below that, I can see that much better. That's funny. I was taking my mouse on the screen and trying to roll it up. Where it has the lettering, and I think that's just because of the contrast in the. I can see that much better. I don't know why.
It actually does work that way too with letters. Now I'm going to show you how. So you can kind of see when it comes fade back in. And I don't have it lined up real well right now. I just moved it, by the way, just to put it where I could, maybe get it a little closer to what you can see. But there are layers to it. You can tell once I take it away because things will end if I go ahead and get it to the right position. However it is, it's just a matter of playing around with it when everything will finally, all at once, match up. It's just a matter of playing around with it and getting the lights and shadows where you're not manipulating the picture, but you can still see, the outlines of the letters fit in. I've had whole entire words. Look at the bottom of the G. So if I line this up properly, it's probably going to line up exactly right. And that's the thing about it. When it lines up in the one position, you'll usually notice that it's lined up in all the other positions. That's how I first started noticing that it was literally like that because, this is matching up at the same time that this matched up here, all the way up here. So it's really a matter of just, kind of playing around with it, moving it a little bit, seeing, you don't do it far. You seen how I just did it? It's just little tiny movements.
Yep.
And then, you can see how things will start to line up. You can see where it's off. As long as you're not manipulating the image, anybody could come right back in here and produce these results, for themselves. So that's why I know that it's teachable. So that's pretty good right there. That was a pretty good intro for that. And then, like I said, I think it's really coming in a little bit more confusing just because of the fact that it's the pictures are all in the one space, the same picture over and over. If I have more pictures to work with, even just around at a different angle, that would probably make a difference too. It's a little bit harder. Now, it could be easier sometimes because Spirit plays with lights and shadows. And I haven't really had a chance to really look real good yet because I'm sure there's going to be more Chris that can come through. This is going to be an opportunity right here for something to fit in. Let's see. That's the hardest part. Until I get it fit in, you can't really see it. So it's a matter of me doing the work and just filling in all the little places that I can see. I can actually see something up in here, but what happens is when I zoom on it, it gets a little more distorted. It's actually pretty clear right now what I can see, but this is where my eyes have been drawn to the whole time.
Okay.
So this is much smaller than what I've just been sitting here and even what I got for Cat. So we'll try to do that real quick. This is actually one of the smaller ones that I've probably ever done for Chris because you saw the first one that I did for him. So let me do that real quick. And it's not going to be the same picture because I don't see the same picture. I can see a different picture of Chris here. So that's what I'm doing now. Is trying to really recognize which picture it is that I can see. And it's going to be a hard sell because there's a bunch of lines. Can you see it at all? Maybe not. It's going to be in this area right here is where it's coming through. So if I get a little further away, that's what helps me be able to see what I can see. So let's see. It's just so much easier when somebody sends me. This is kind of like going back to the original days where I had to figure out which picture it was. That's why it was so nice to ask people for it. And they're just like, here, take these. And I'm like, great, thank you. And it all works, right? So yeah, I'm just going down to get that picture now. You guys can't see it because it doesn't pop up for you guys when I'm searching. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, I'm just amazed at what you're doing there.
And it does take me, it can take me days to fit in all the places that I can see, to get it in the right positions. It's just a matter of, having patience. Sometimes I have to walk away and come back. Sometimes I have to go to bed and come back.
Yeah, I was going to say sometimes your eyes just get too tired to process,
Yeah.
It's not that it's not there, it's just
right, and that's what happens. As soon as I come back and sit down, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I see that. You know what I mean? So sometimes you got to take a break from it because you just can't see. I'm looking still for which picture that I wanted to see if it's in here. I just got to find it.
So Facebook user is asking, they are confused as to why you're adding things to the picture. And you want to field that, or you want me to take a stab at it?
The reason why I'm doing that is because it's where I can see it without the picture in there. I just put the picture where I can see it.
Yeah, so what you have is you have a picture that is current day, and then you have a picture of the past, which is the loved one or close one, and the family has sent them to her, and so she is looking to see where she can fit that in like a piece of a puzzle. And then when she fits it in like a piece of a puzzle, she takes the opacity, the clarity of it, the clearness out, and you can see the image without it. So
right, that was a great way to explain it because it is literally taken in the moment. So Donna just took these on the fly. We don't have a picture right now in the moment of Chris, so it has to be one of the ones that we do have a photo of, and it always has been. There has been 2 times where I knew I had the right person, but I just don't have the right photo. And there's been plenty of times when I haven't had the right photo and had to call it, honestly. But there's been 2 times I've been like super sure this is who I can see, and there's just no photo of them. It just isn't in physical possession. So, all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and try this one because I really feel like this is a good lead-in for what I can see over here. So I'm just doing my AI cutout, which AI cutout goes wacky. Sometimes it cuts way too much out or not enough out or whatever. So I just go on and get it done real quick and get what I need to get started on it here. But yeah, it's literally a matter of, like you said, intention really is everything.
Yeah.
So it has something to do with mixed with your intention and what you're also able to do too. See, this is why it's kind of hard for this photo because there's a lot of distraction in the photo, but there's solid pattern distraction. So I only have these limited spaces, in the light and shadow. So when you take this photo, you're going to want to take this even farther back than this, right? You're going to want to, come back as far as you can because this is a lot of solids.
Oh, okay.
And then the rest is patterns. You see what I'm saying? So
yes, I do.
It just ends up being a little bit. Now this is pretty cool. This is what I would consider a gift of the spirit right here. And we couldn't see it up close, but you can see it far away. You can see where it kind of folds into everything. You can see where the smile adds up. You can see where the eyeball is placed. You can see where the other eyeball is placed in the midst of the little scene right in here. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. It might be me. I'm used to looking. But
no, I sort of see
won't see it. Yeah. So yeah, what that tells me right now is that that's probably the photo that I'm seeing up there. This is like a kind of a confirmation for me
Okay.
that I'm on the right track. So I'm going to actually duplicate that because I'm considering that a gift of the spirit and that one's done. So now I'm going to go ahead and fit into what I could see when I first started looking at the photo. Now I can see actually Chris in two places. I can see Chris here and I can also see Chris here, and you're probably not going to see either one with your regular eye. So I'm just going to try to fit it in, and it's really hard for me because for some reason it's more the effect that it's having on the room being busier than maybe like the woods. You know what I mean? You can find a whole bunch of stuff. So here we've
Yep.
almost got him. You can see them coming together, and you couldn't even see that before.
The Facebook user says AI does some creepy stuff and ability to get hijacked even by entities that's brave working with it. Something I won't use. AI to touch and go for me, but it's pretty interesting how you get there. Well, you were using AI for the trimming of the image to take off the you're actually
Yeah, and
just
I don't
using
really.
it was AI assist is what you were using, so
Right, and that's been around for a long time. That's just a pretty way to put it. We've had that tool for a minute now because I used to have to do those by hand. I used to have to make images.
my software I still have to. Well, not both all programs, but some I do. Depends on the image I'm working with too.
Yeah, and you know, I understand how people feel about the AI thing, but you know, I for me personally, I don't, you know, I use it for certain things and I know that it has its purpose, but that's the only thing AI did here was just cut out the image for me. It wasn't. So I'm pretty good with that. Can you guys see that at all?
Yes. It's not as
slower.
clear, but yeah. It's not as clear, but yes,
Yeah.
I can see it.
So what you'll notice is that it's not. Oh,
well, I'm not sure what happened right there.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, I thought, oh boy, did we crash something? What I was telling you was, you know, like the point of the eye. So you can see how it's kind of mapped out for me where the eyeball is going to be because this block of color difference right here. And so it just so happens to line up with, oh, sorry, I do that. It just so happens to open up where, maybe not the other eye, but here I can see pointers. You're not going to see every single thing, you're going to see pointers. So that's actually what we're looking for is differences in lights and shadows that match without the photo being manipulated. It's just reduced in size. It hasn't been manipulated. And for that eyeball to match even where the nose and the mouth come through at. That's pretty amazing. And it needs a little correction. And it's a little bit too big because of how small the area. So I have to move it by hand if I am going to correct it. So it's a matter of me going in here and doing little things like I just did right there. And then we're finally going to get it to be lined up. So that's pretty close. And the thing is, you really can't hardly see it. And I don't know how I can really hardly see it. But I can see it, you know, kind of like real clear. And so I'm going to duplicate that image. I'm going to now bring this image over here because I can see him over here too. And I'm not really sure. I got to play around with it for a minute as to where I can actually see him because it is so light. I'm trying to look on both screens, and that's different for me. I never have to design like this on my own. Just working with it right here in front of me, you know what I mean? So let's see. I can actually see him different than that. So hold on. That might be it. Can you see that one at all?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to. So that's all I do is, kind of just go up and work on it. When it's too much, you can't. When it's too close, sometimes you just can't see it. So I don't know. Can you see that one when I do it?
Yeah, I can see that one. It's not as clear. Those two aren't as clear. Do me a favor. Scoot down on that candlestick.
Sure. All right.
Yeah, like right where the light comes out of it and hits it right there. Is that an actual face on that, or is that a pattern?
Are you saying on the candlestick? So right here?
Yeah. No. The orange candlestick. I guess it's a candlestick to the left.
Oh, over here. Over
yeah,
here.
right there. Is that an actual face in the?
Are you talking about that where I'm on?
Yes. Yes.
That's a pattern. That's a painted pattern on there right there. But let me tell you this, that's kind of where it lies at too. It doesn't really matter how the shadow gets here if we have other indicators, not just this.
Gotcha.
So like say we could see an eyeball over here, but this is what drew you and you didn't even see the eyeball. So, it is important to follow those too, because I found stuff that I haven't seen for myself. I just actually, got to see it while I was, playing and thinking, is this right? Is that over there? So what you're going to see right now is I'm just putting that background photo back up over here again. So now you can see it disappeared, and now we'll bring both of those faces in at the same time. Let me bring it a little closer. Maybe that might help. I don't know. This one's a tricky one, but you can actually see how the light plays into that. Now it's just a matter of, can you see that deep as far as seeing and I can see where this one's not lined up. So let me do that real quick.
Yeah. The Facebook user says, your gift might even be using the AI to make it do what you can see, even if you're not using a lot just for the assist, because my gifts work through my pictures too. I take directly with my phone without the AI. Neat how those both work. I can capture mythical creatures like dragons and unicorns. They do actually exist in higher dimensions. Interesting.
It's funny you're saying that, because that's been a pretty hot topic of conversation here lately.
And Facebook user, I'm not sure who you are, but if you'd like to send me a friend request or a message or something, I'd like to see some of what you're talking about, because I'm always interested in that, especially if you can find Bigfoot.
Totally.
He's my pet. I lost him. I call him Harry. So.
Oh. Don't worry, you're gonna find him, Glenn. I just know it.
I don't know. He's been
so
gone
yeah.
for
This
a while.
is kind of. This is kind of just I don't know, this felt like it was kind of a little bit combobulated a little bit, just because of the 4 pictures that were too much alike.
And man,
because I wouldn't have probably
there
any more. Yeah, right. Yeah, she actually works with the stones. I have some stones of hers right now. These are the famous Chris stones that sit at my desk all the time. But,
I'm gonna have to talk to her about that, because I've been sitting here playing with a bunch of them. So don't ask me the name. So
I probably would have not tried as hard on this photo if I would have had other photos to work with. Because it can be that you send me one photo, but if I don't see anything, like if we have to reach this hard, I'm gonna move to the next photo. Which, maybe that's what I should do, even though they look so similar and they're only centimeters really difference in the thing,
Sure.
Because that's really the truth. It doesn't matter how the shadow gets made. It really just doesn't matter. If you see your loved one in there, then that was the point of the whole interaction with that. Now, I'm also going to call it too, because I can also see Chris over here. And I'm not sure if this is where it's at again too, so it might be like a duplicate, and I don't want to have to do that. I wish I had more photos to use of a different variety, because when Donna sent me the picture, The 4 pictures that were kind of all similar, the one difference was the one with the microwave in it, the corner of the microwave that I could see.
Okay.
So it does matter to have more than just a centimeter off. Like this one was like down here at the coffee and 3 shots around that area, but then one of them was a little bit back, a little bit further. So then I caught that corner of the microwave. You see what I'm saying? Because I believe that's actually what's confusing my site right now, that I can't find you much of anything that you would be able to see in this one photo. And so if there were that many, you know what I mean, then I would have had a different photo to move to see if I could get you a clearer picture. But these are, you know, all the same. So it's a little bit harder when it's like that. So I am going to move on to the other 4 that you sent me real quick and see if we can get a good result from that. Do you have any idea who sent that?
Yes.
The last 4 that you just sent me?
Those are for a young lady by the name of Jennifer Sparks.
Okay.
She says that she's pretty sure she followed the instructions correctly. The picture of the girl is my daughter, and she is a deceased loved one. Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, perfect. Good. That sounds like she did well. And I'm looking at Jennifer's photos right now because she has 4 different kind of surrounding photos. So I'm sure we're probably going to get her some results here because everything's so different for me to choose from. So let's see.
And Facebook user is sending pictures to me, and some of them are pretty dang neat.
Oh, yeah? Cool. Well, and I just, really thought that was the best route. That way, obviously you can tell there's no pre-planning going on, right?
No.
Not that clear of results, but they are clear. It's just not, the completed picture. If I would have more to work with, I could have given you a pretty clear indication there, a little bit better. All right, so we will go ahead and open up.
You know what? We might have needed that.
What's that?
Well, for you to be able to show the difference with the contrast in the pictures where they were all right in the same spot, that you just show it.
Okay, so what you're saying is like the next picture would have showed what I just showed you in that picture?
Well, yeah, they were all identical, but what I'm saying is that you're saying, no, I'm not explaining this right. How do I want to say this? So by you getting different angles and different positions, you're also moving the light and you're moving the contrast around, so to speak. So you might have needed to show someone tonight that, the straight on isn't always the perfect way, that you do need to get more than one to do that. So.
Right. And the person who did take this next set of photos, if you look at them, Gwen, and you can kind of be my witness there on it. I can't really show them because it's not on this thing unless I show all 4. Let's see. I can show all 4 when I'm showing. Oh, I can't. It doesn't show you that. Anyways, like she had 2 that were similar around kind of touching that area. And then she had one in a whole different direction. Yes. And then she has one that's a completely different area looking like maybe even the opposite side of the room or something. Yes. So you don't have to go to big measures to do it. Excuse me. But you do have to kind of give a little bit of variety off of just 4, just snaps. Like that's almost like it got snapped in a. Yeah. When we want to do and then think about it, move a little bit, and then think about it, move a little bit. Or, if you're drawn to an area, that's always good to use as one of the choices for it too. So let's see. I'm going to look here and see. I'm just going to start bringing, like I did with all of them so far. I'm just going to start bringing and seeing what I can see. It may not be where I can see anything that would be significant enough, so I might switch around, is what I'm saying, and grab another photo or whatever. I just got to look first. Okay, so I can definitely see activity right here. And it could be activity in this direction plus in this direction. So this might be a good one to do. Let's go ahead and try it. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, baby, beautiful. So we're just going to go ahead and do the first rule, always, always, always. Oh, looky there. Did you follow that nose? You see that nose in there, Gwen? Can you see it? Is it big enough? So you can see the little indicators there of her mouth, her eyes. She just has to go a little bit down. So we'll zoom in closer so you can see a little bit better, maybe, hopefully. So there it's out of the picture. If you watch, just pick one particular thing. Like I'm looking at this eye right here. And so when I take that out, I can still see pieces of it. It's a little harder because it's closer for me. So I have to kind of stand back a little bit, sit back a little bit to actually see the light and shadow differences. The only thing that's telling you right now, you're not ever going to see that if I try to give that to you. What that's actually telling me right now is I have the right person. Are you there, Glenn? I don't know. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I just want to make sure.
Oh, sorry. Had my mute button hit there. Sorry. No, so I'm here. I'm here. I'm looking at the screen and trying to focus in too.
Yeah.
That's what.
Well, I didn't know if I was disconnected or my headphone died or what.
No. I hit the cough button because I had to cough and I forgot to uncough it. So, but yeah.
So
no,
I can definitely see this. I'm going to move it up one notch. And a lot of times when you move it just that one little notch, you can just start seeing the picture better for where it would line up properly. Like to me, this is going over to the right when I put her in there. And so I would need to figure out exactly where the happy medium is to where when I move this, she doesn't like look like she's floating over into it. She looks like she's really right there at the spot that I found. So like I said, this is my indicator. No one will probably would ever even get this copy. As you can notice too, things like the teeth. And so there's just indicators of where this tooth comes down is where that ends in the actual picture. Mm-hmm. So there's a little marker. I can see the nostril difference in the color. It's off. It's not fixed right. So I would have to go up and, just kind of play around and see where that lines up and then kind of measure it with what I got going on the other parts of it. No one will ever get that photo. I probably shouldn't even be talking about it, so I'm going to duplicate it and move on. That's just to me has been, if it's not a gift of the spirit somebody could see, then it was just for me to know that I'm on the right track and to keep moving till I find the one that the person is going to be able to see.
Gotcha.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just take that background out again. It just makes it easier because when the background's in, oops, I did the wrong thing. It just makes it easier when the background's out of it to kind of take any distraction out of the equation. So that's the reason why I do that, because the background does fit in. So I'm just going to keep saying that. And let's see. Now that's just where I just now moved her to. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Maybe that'll help. I can now see her again in the shadow. You're not going to be able to see it, so I'm just going to move on, but I can see that right there too. Going to duplicate. And now where I see her is up here. It's my regular eye.
With your regular eye. You make it sound so easy.
I have regular and irregular eyes. So what I'm doing now is just kind of letting my eye kind of see where it's ticking off and on at, where I got to move it to. It's almost kind of really close right here. Can you see that at all? No, I don't think you probably would. I'm looking at
No.
pointers like there.
I mean,
I'm looking at pointers.
maybe slightly, but not much. No. And Facebook user, I know who you are. Thank you. Yes, I'm looking at some of them right now. Very, very impressive.
Yes, Donna, that's true. Yeah, different angles, they are good because it does give me an opportunity, not just working in that same place, to try so hard to find something, that you'll be able to see with 4 different pictures. I'm for sure probably going to find something. All right, well, that was my best one on there that I can just see right off. So let me take a look and see, because I think this image is actually a little bit bigger. Maybe that'll be what kicks it in, and then you can kind of see it too. So let me play with it for a minute.
All right.
This isn't something that just is automatically. It does take work. You just have to know what you're doing to look for.
Well, sure. Well, it's
So
like you were
can
talking
see
about
that one
earlier.
from your angle? Can you see it coming together at all? Go ahead. What was I talking about earlier?
I lost my train. You were talking about don't do that. I'm old. Damn, what were you talking about? It'll come to me.
Okay.
And Jamie, I'd like to chat with you sometime about some of that stuff. That's yeah, it is coming together.
So it's just a matter now of me, moving it up a notch. And I think that just, or, whichever way, just until I get it to where I, am just lining it up. I used to say that in the beginning, that Spirit lined stuff up for me. I just had to fill in the blank, and do the work behind the lineup or whatever. I'm having such a hard time seeing from across the seat that I'm in right now. It's almost impossible for me to see that, but I can definitely see it from over here. So I'm on the right track anyways, because what happens is it's now small over here on the big screen because that window only gets so big. So maybe I gotta enlarge it. That's a good idea. Okay. Yeah, that helped me out a lot when I did that. I just made it full screen. So this is at a different angle. You can't really just be like, no, I don't see it. It's a matter of me still having to work it in. This is what I was telling you, is I have to see how I don't have access to the toggle thing. So I have to get even smaller before that comes into play, because I can't scroll up and down. See, I still can't scroll up and down. So I can't even play with the image until I make it that small, and then start turning, and then going back in, and seeing if I am a little bit closer. Which, nope, that's not closer yet. So
And I hope this lady's watching. I mean, if not, it'll be on YouTube. So, and Facebook user, please hop over to YouTube and find us at Para OR Normal Guyz with a Z, and subscribe to our channel. Everybody, please subscribe to the channel. I need 1 million followers. Well, maybe I only need 999,000, but it's nice to dream.
Hey, you're almost there, Glenn. No worries.
Yeah, I'm only short by about 1 million.
Oh, 999.
But you know what got me? Something that Phillip said tonight, and it was also something that Chris said the show before. Phillip has been watching me in Europe, and I never knew. And Chris has been watching too. So obviously somebody's watching me. I mean, I'm not just sitting here talking to you. I mean, not that I would mind that, but.
Okay, so this one's coming in pretty clear now. That's at 0. So here's me putting it in. Let me get this chat out of the way. Oh, you're welcome, Donna. Thank you. So, okay, I got that out of my way.
I feel like we're on the Shop at Home channel in some ways.
What do you mean?
Well, you know
Home
how they'll
shopping
put,
network?
yeah, they'll put on like a spinning thing with like different crystals or watches or whatever, and they're like, "All right, look at this one. I'm going to do this, this, and this." I feel like that's us right now.
Right. Next up, we've got this portrait.
Yeah.
So I think this one's really well right now. You can see a lot right now, and I'm going to change this so it makes it a little bit more blendy and take a little bit more of that background out so that we're not distracted away from where I'm pointing you to.
There you go.
And it's still pretty hard for me to see from back here, but I can definitely see it. I still have to make adjustments. So that's what we're still doing because you got to see it to see it.
Yeah. Jamie, it should be, but well, I can't. I don't think I can send it while I'm. Maybe I can. Hell, I don't know. Hey, yeah, I can. I'm learning something new. I'm on the fly here. I just shot it to your inbox, Jamie. Yeah, crystals is something I'm just learning. In fact, the whole conversation tonight, I've been sitting here playing with them. I've got this little round orange cellulose something ball, and then I got this little amber thing, and I like this one. It's purple, so
Beautiful.
oh, new subscriber. Thank you, Angel Wings. What the hell was that? Did you hear that?
I heard that. That sounded like a werewolf. That legit sounded like a werewolf.
Selling
All
it.
right,
Yeah.
so.
Wonder if the dog needs to be walked.
Oh, that sounded like exactly what that was, Glenn.
Yeah, hold tight.
So
Let
you
me.
go ahead and do that.
Yeah. Donna, carry on for me.
Yeah. Only hold on because I'll have to open the chat back up. I can't actually have it open and work on these as efficiently as what I am now. So I'll have to just work.
Well, just send it to her telepathically. So, all right, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that. So yeah, it's really just a matter now for me to get it lined up properly enough because just like the other one snapped right into place, this one's not. So, I still have work to do most of the time. It's very rare that it happens as quickly as Cats did at first. Like that was just crazy how quick 3 portraits got done right there. But I am pretty much done on this one. I would definitely call this one and go ahead and give this one out. I will have to make it a far away kind of comparison. But when we make it the far away kind of comparison, you can actually kind of see it pretty good when I toggle now back and forth. You can see where she fits in there. So I'm going to open my chat back up over here. You guys tell me, can you see that? And just be honest because, it helps me out. I don't know everything. I'm not trying to be like, this is exactly what's, the situation because I really don't know. And I love having other people tell me what they can see. Because what that does for me is, just kind of lets me see where everybody's able to view, just like I said about Donna, and her being able to, guide me for how she sees things. So you can see when I do it like this, how it's a little bit off there in the top. We can't worry about every single thing because I'm only human. So there are going to be, human things that I can't quite, what I mean, like totally get, the position right or the angle, because it can literally be, talk about a hair off. Like it can literally, make it to where you can't even see what I'm trying to show you because it's just that hair off. And you see how hard I've had to work for this one too. And just keep on coming back in, keep on reducing transparency until I can see what I can see when we didn't even start this yet. So hopefully you guys can see that. And, this wasn't to come on here and be like, look at this, absolute miracle. It literally takes me work to find the results that I give. So it's not that, this is a one-shot deal. When you work with me, and even just on, if you message me and say, hey, I need help, I'm going to work with you until I can find what's going to come through for you. And you're going to be like, okay, I believe it because I see it in my original now. None of these that I've come up with right now would you really be able to see in your original. So it's a matter of me just trying to see what I get out of one photo with you, and you just get to observe all the things that I wouldn't even keep. I would have already been moved on to another photo because this one's a little harder. Now, I do like this one because that's where I saw her at originally, where she's at in here right now. That is my confirmation, whether anybody else can see it or not. But I, would go ahead and look at the other photos and make the decision of which one's better. Because like I said, I don't want to cause, more things than necessary over the situation. So it has to be very cautious as far as, the decisions that I make and what I give out to people. Because that's the number one thing you don't want to do is discourage somebody then from, really trying to communicate, with their loved one after this based on this. You just got to remember also that mediums are just human beings. And, we're just trying to interpret what we see the best way that we can. And it's really not easy because everybody does see things differently all the time. So yeah, I would pretty much call this one done. And then what I would do is check out the other pictures and make sure if I had one that comes through more clear in a position. I would definitely, go through the other photos right now at this point, see which ones that I can see anything any more clearly in. And if not, I would totally give this to mom. And, I still would have to do a little work on it because I can still see where some things are off. So what I mean by that is I would still need to increase her size just a little bit because I can see where the light is gone off a little bit more than it should. Because I promise if you'll take the time, it will line up. It's just a matter because like now I just made it bigger. Now I have to accommodate for making it bigger all the way around. So it made me turned a little bit more. Right? I don't know what you would have to do to it, but when you do turn it or make it bigger or something like that, you do always have to go back in and, reevaluate where it's at, unless you just move it like one notch or something, then you probably wouldn't have to do that, and like move the whole thing sideways again. But it's really literally just a matter of you keep it on until you can get it to what it is that you see. That's why sometimes you have to walk away because you need a fresh perspective. It's really nice to be looking on two different computers. I wish I could see a lot better than what I can right now over here on this screen that I have to work on. So I definitely have to, get my setup a little bit better here when we do this again next time. But because right now what I can tell is she needs turned more. And this was never about, because the results I give are so fabulous, some people like literally can see what I've shown them. It's been a process. It's never just some magical solution that, you can ask anybody who lives with me. I literally sit here working on a portrait for a really long time until I get it right in some instances. Practitioners have better results, right? It's easier for me because they're already practicing and stuff. So it does come down to, and I'm working on two screens. That makes a huge difference for me. I don't work on two screens. I work on one screen, but trying to accommodate for you guys so I can at least give you an idea. Happy you guys did get to see Kathleen's coming like it did, because that's really how it works for me in the private on the down low when I'm sitting here all by myself. So that's looking pretty good. So let me know what you guys are seeing. It's really hard for me to understand if you guys even can see this. So maybe somebody can let me know if they can see at all what I'm preaching over here at all. And I'll just keep doing this, because this is actually what helps me finally, come to my conclusions where I'm going to make my changes at, from going this little clicking noise right here. If you don't hear nothing else at 4 a.m. over here, you'll hear that. So yeah, I think she even needs to be bigger still. And I am really sorry because I don't work on 2 screens, and I didn't really realize I would be. Did Spirit just come through for me? Perfect. I think I got it.
What button did you push?
But in it. And then they were like, the host can add you at any time. And I'm like, well, the host is walking his dog right now. He'll be back.
And for
yes,
no apparent reason, she
stopping.
want to come in.
Right.
It's
So
only
yeah, this is
32
literally
degrees.
where I'm stopping. Oh, yeah, it's cold here too.
Hey, y'all had snow.
I would be really happy with this to give out as a result. Because it's not so much about, like, you can see that there's something to the method to the madness that I'm showing you there.
Absolutely.
So it's not like, it has to be 100% right on, because when I do lighten it up, you can totally see it all. That's why I tell you that I have to give you like different, if I have 2 images in here, I got to add the background image, like I told you I duplicate, and put it up at the top to do that. The whole reason that has to be done is because sometimes I need her to come through less bright than her. You see what I mean? The 2 different placements, because you can see one better than the other, and it comes way too much stronger. But yeah, I totally am happy with this portrait. I believe this is a done portrait and would give it out, and everybody would be in awe on the side-by-sides. It is totally the caliber of what comes through. It is very vague, but I'm only working with 1 picture. I can open up all the other pictures, and we can go through this again on the other ones. But I'm pretty happy with this, honestly. I know it's harder to see, but this is an actual soul portrait right here. I truly believe that. There's no way that it fits just like it does like this. Let's see. What did that say? That's the hard part. I find having to work so hard to help others see what you see and manipulate it to the point they want to call it fake. It's frustrating when you see things others don't. That's so true. That's my life. At least you work with people. LOL. I work with mysterious creatures instead. Yeah, totally. I can totally see that. I wouldn't even have to want to be like, okay, who wants to find,
Well, I'm gonna have her working on Bigfoot soon, so.
Yeah. Well, and I think, Angel Wings, I can tell that she understands what I'm saying. What she just said right there about that's the hard part of having to work so hard to help others. like literally I sleep like 2 to 4 hours a night because I have to get it to the point where, out of those 5 photos, I can't just stop if I can see something in another one, I do it too. I'll give you 2 photos.
Yep.
Especially if it's light and you might not see the one. I'm definitely going to do the work and give you something that you are going to be okay with. You know what I mean? Other than, just giving you one and not checking the others.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, to me, like I said, I'm happy with this. On a side-by-side, you would see this very well. That's just my whole point. Like, I would probably check the other photos, though, just to see. And if not, it's okay, because I feel like this is a good portrait. You would see it.
And another thing,
It would be a little,
you're seeing it on a larger screen, and we're seeing it here too. So,
well, this is the thing. I'm trying to make sure you guys can see it over here, because I don't want to be out of the focus where I need to be over here, and then I'm over here just working steadily and you can't see it. So I'm trying to kind of come to a happy medium between that version of the bigger, this version of the medium, you know what I mean, and trying to, figure out. It took me a lot longer than what it normally does to even get her up there, but it's because I'm talking and explaining. If I was literally just working, I would have done all those moves real quick until I got her up here. But, here I'm trying to toggle back and forth for you guys to see if you can see where I'm going with it. You see what I'm saying? So
yes,
it took a lot longer to get this result than it would have been if I wouldn't have had company.
By the way, did you see anything in the other one, the one I sent you this morning?
We can do it right now if you want. I'm glad you said that.
Well, I mean, if you got to work the whole thing, I don't want you to, because you sound like you're very tired.
We don't. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like I'm very tired at all. It might just because of my voice. Remember, I had laryngitis at the beginning of the week, but no, not at all. I would love to do that, and I am actually going to go get it right now from you. And the message, because I didn't save it.
I think what we need to do is once Big Brother ends, if I'm not going to hit another TV show, which I don't know that I am, at least not, we should probably have a separate show for you. Not that I don't want you on the Para OR Normal Guyz, because I do. But I think we should have maybe a bi-weekly, because this takes so much energy from you, or something. So
I can really do these in mass quantity, honestly. And I don't mean like mass quantity, like I'm just moving through it, but it's usually that easy for me to get you a result you can see.
You're having to focus here, there, and talk, and it's just taking more energy than it normally would. Is what I'm getting at. So I don't know.
And
you would have. I don't know that you would have the energy to do what you normally are doing and a weekly show. So maybe we could do it like bi-weekly or something, or even further out if you wanted to. But I think that would probably be best, so that we don't run into these 5-hour marathon ones, so that you're so stressed out and tired.
Well, I'm built for it. So if you're up to it, whatever you decide is fine with me. I'm gonna go ahead and get this message out, whether it's with you or with anybody else. The energy I've already sacrificed and stuff, so I'm just ready to
I am not kicking you. Don't think that at all. So no, I think it just it would be better to get your message out, is what I think. But we could talk about it off the air. So, and you're still going to be on the Para OR Normal Guyz. So, because had you not been here tonight, that would have probably been a totally different interview. So,
I'm
not sure where the rest of my cast is.
Yeah, I kind of thought that everybody maybe, because we were maybe doing soul portraits, maybe it's not as fun as some of the other stuff, maybe.
Well, but the thing is, it's an insult to Phillip, so.
Oh, yeah. All right, Glenn, ready to drop yours now? Let's see what we get for yours.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. And by the way, I'm naked in this, guys, so.
Don't start. It's not Saturday yet.
Donna's now paying much more attention to the screen.
Right? Okay, let's see. What is Angel?
And we love you too, Donna.
Sometimes it just takes someone saying it too that has the gift to explain it better in a way that makes them focus more. I had someone explain a dragon pick, and the other guy went, "Oh my God, now I see it." Right, and that is, it's works in conjunction. But yeah, okay. So we'll drop one stuff.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Angel Wings. I'm behind on the 8 ball there. I didn't see the chat.
All right, so Glenn, you had, shot me this photo this morning and was like, "Hey, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at, but here you go."
Well, and it wasn't even my photo. I woke up to this on my phone.
Yeah.
From my daughter. So.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's pretty significant to you, though, because, this is actually how Spirit does it, too, is however the, image can get in there, that's like kind of what Spirit does. So here we go. And you can tell a little story or, anything while I'm working this if you want to. That way I can just do what I'm supposed to be doing.
Oh, well, that's fine. Yeah, this is a picture of my former sergeant, Craig Underwood. He's deceased now. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but and what I was doing, and that is not, he sent me this photo. That is not one someone else sent me. He personally sent me this photo of himself. And he passed away from cancer about, I guess it's been a year now. And I was working on getting a memorial coin put together for him. I don't have one out here. I can show you right off. If anybody's interested, I can. And so he's been on my mind heavily, and I've been still trying to get the message out about these coins to try and, not only raise some money, but to, spread the word about, firefighters and cancer. And so he's been on my mind heavily. And so when I was talking to Nikki this morning, I said, well, I don't know why I got this picture here. And then I said something about, Craig Wood. And she said, well, maybe that could have something to do with it. And I was like, yeah, I don't think so. But so
you can try it.
Yeah, give it a shot. So yeah, as if you don't have enough to do. So I sent her, it took me a while to find it actually, the picture of him. And so she said she was going to give it a try. And
I never even, looked any further back at it when she saw it.
Yeah, see, she forgot about me like all my women. So, and I'll show anybody wants to buy a coin, I'm selling them to keep Craig in people's memory, to raise money for the cancer awareness and all these other things that I'm trying to do because he was a great man, great leader, and even more so than all that, he was a great friend, and I really miss Craig. So I was not able to go to his funeral because of the department I work for, and I are involved in litigation, and so I was told I could not come to the funeral. So that's been something that's bugged me.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's rough when it's your friend. Yeah,
well, when you're a big government, you can kind of boss people around and do what you want. So,
yeah.
Well, not a big government, but
there he is. Whoop! There he is. Whoop! There he is. So let me do my little magic over here and make him a little lighter. We'll do him as an overlay.
Thank you, Donna.
There you go. There's your friend.
Now, how the hell is that
So
possible?
we need to do a little adjustment. That's the question, isn't it? So I would just do just a tiny bit of adjusting on this. And it's going to fit like a glove here in just a minute. And all I'm doing is using that little thing on your mouse or on your keyboard that has the arrows up and down. That's exactly what you just heard me doing.
And so,
Look at
Donna, I know
that.
you're still here. Angel
How
Wings, I believe
pretty
you're
is
still
that?
here. Does everybody else see that, or is it just me wanting to see that?
Right. So even what I would do in this case too is because sometimes the background can take away. You can see the hat line. You can see other things in there. You can see the glasses. You can see everything. But when I get down here and you're dealing with this over here, it kind of throws you off because now you're looking down there at this other picture that contrasts lines. This line goes this way. Well, his line goes this way. So what I would end up doing, just so that we can just be clear of what we're seeing, is just go ahead and take that part out. It just eliminates, you know what I mean? Where you're now looking at the part you're supposed to be looking at, which is the face. So you can see I'm taking all of that out of the area that you're going to be distracted by when I go back and forth. So that's all I'm doing is now just leaving the important part. You can see it right here. You can see everything that I took out right there.
Well,
And now we're able to kind of get it.
I think even the tie lined up.
Like you can kind of definitely see it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It really does actually line up, but it can be distracting, and especially on a show where we're just trying to show people what it can be like. A lot of people who are new to it and who haven't had any results, and you've had a couple results, so you know what I'm doing, but you know, a lot of people, it will throw them off by having just that little shirt going the opposite line of this, because I got them in here sideways, it'll go like this. So remember what I said, you know, backgrounds do fit in, but it's not that every single time. It's just a lot of the times the background is right on point with whatever you're looking at in the background. So yeah, I'm super happy with this one. I just knew in my heart once you said, and you told me the story about the coin, and you had already dropped me the picture. I just put 2 and 2 together like it was my clue, like that's where, you know, he's going to be in there. I just already knew he was going to be in there for you because it was a heartfelt moment for you. And then this random photo that your daughter sent you. So how is that even possible either? You didn't take the photo.
Sure,
I don't have an answer for that. All I know is that it was.
That's not intent.
You to have the photo. Right. But there was intention there behind somebody sent it to you and then you sent it to me. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking at, but here. Because clearly, when you do this now, and it does need to be adjusted still a little. I mean, information you need. I mean, not me. I'm sorry, I don't understand.
No, it gets a continuation from the first part up there. She's talking about he was here with me, and that they linger on, and that she's offering to be a temporary guide for me. So
yeah, this still needs adjusting, but this was the point, was that I can, you know, show you. Now I can spend the next 2 hours getting it perfected.
Sure.
But, you know, this is the point, is that you don't even realize that this is actually happening And we can do this all day long. If you feel sad, just take your pictures. I tell people that all the time, and it's only a Band-Aid. So, the hurt comes back, the pain comes back. But, it's just a process of keep knocking. Because when you keep knocking and I send you another result, when you do, and then you knock again, what you're doing is actually drawing your strength closer. You're getting stronger to draw it closer to you now, too. So then you're going to hear synchronicities. Then you're going to hear, that song. Then you're going to see a billboard that has his name. Then you're going to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's up to you to then, appreciate everything that you're being given and recognize that and believe it and trust it. Then when you do things like your photos, you're going to get what happened with Kat. Like, this is what happens with Donna all the time. It has all to do with the synchronicities. It's happened to me from the moment I knew I had Julia's picture last night. And I didn't know that was even going to happen with Julia's picture. And that one was a pretty clear result, too, for it to just be like, wow, there it is. Right? So, that's just kind of the point. Julia also is a practitioner, too, and she's a practitioner. She has a mediumship. So it's when, it's help for you. You're not alone. Your loved one will literally give you things in your mind. Yeah. That's what I saw this morning. That's beautiful.
Yep, that's the coin I designed in remembrance of him, and that's the picture we used. In it's funny. I had put up here, because I like to play with photos too. I had actually put our fire department logo there, but the artist that drew it in China couldn't get it in there.
Wow, that's kind of crazy right there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was trying to get money to raise at the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland. They have a walkway, and you can buy bricks for your loved ones, or you can buy it with your name even. And I was trying to raise enough money, but it didn't exactly work out the way I wanted it to. So,
right. Well, and that's not to say that it's at the end for it either.
No, and yeah, if anybody wants to buy one, it's you can get in touch with me. They're $22 each, and I can send you all the stuff. So you see that I'm not just ripping you off. So.
What a great way to honor him after, everything's all said and done still.
Yeah, because even the department wouldn't honor his as a line of duty death. Right. So here in Georgia, unfortunately, cancer, he died of, I guess you should have told that too. He died of brain cancer. And it's the kind of brain cancer that firefighters get. And here in Georgia, brain cancer is not considered a line of duty death. So you can work your entire career, go to retire, get brain or testicular, the second, and kidney, the third type of cancer firefighters get, and they go, oh, well, thanks for your service. Here's a watch. So, yeah, but all right. Well, cool. Well, we have had another marathon podcast show.
And I just now I'm looking at myself, and I look exactly like what you just was saying about I look tired.
That's what I was trying to tell you. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. You've pushed yourself a little tonight. So in order for us to not do this next time, let's set up a night just for you, and we'll prearrange. I mean, I'll still keep the pictures, but we'll prearrange, like have a 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll set it up with Ross too if he wants to.
This is the thing. The only reason why I had you keep the pictures and I didn't have the pictures, because the only person that really needs to see it is the person who already has the original. So we don't even have to have you filtering, and that way I have everything I need right here. I can switch from photo to photo, or person to person, You know what I mean? Where I need to at random. I think that would be a really good idea because I actually can't fool the person who sent the pictures. They're going to look back at their photos and they're going to either see it or not. So, you know, we don't even have to have that intervention. That was for other people here that we're viewing tonight to get a little bit of an idea. But, you know, from this point forward, I think we've done that here and we proved that. And yes, there will be new people, but the results will speak better than me stammering around trying to wait for the photos and everything that we did tonight. This was more just to kind of let people see, like you did when I did cats. And I got to show you really important stuff, like how the picture is getting bigger now from the little places that are coming in. That's my newest thing that's happening. So, yeah, we can do it a lot more efficiently next time, which is what we'll do. This is just the beginner one. So,
well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Every time we do one, it'll get better. So it's kind of like when I first started podcasting. You know, my first ones, I recorded on a Sony digital micro recorder in my closet. They've improved slightly since then. So I still have the same goofy attitude. So, but I still like to cuss occasionally.
Overall, everything worked out really, really well because I got to show you some really major pointers about this. You have an idea. Anybody who tuned in, especially right at the point when I first started doing it, got a super dose of what it's capable of doing.
Yep.
So, you know, I'm just excited because we get to come back and do it again. And, you know, more people will see it and touch it. So what can I ask for? That's what my plan is. I want everybody to be able to touch it.
Absolutely. And getting to see the process helps. Yeah. It's like I was telling Philip, you know, about the comic books. Verbalizing and then visualizing are two different things. So,
right.
So
totally. I'm doing the work.
And you're doing the work. I'm just a mouth with a microphone. That's my job. So I'm the goofball. So
think about really what happened here because I literally told people to send me photos and I'll do this on the spot. So it's not like, you know, this was, you know, just some fly by night kind of thing. You know, we really made progress with this one and I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, we had 8 people that sent them in, so we didn't get to everybody. I will forward you April and Marty.
Yeah, just forward all of them. I would love to do that and just go on for those people who did do that. Make sure and Philip didn't add a picture of a loved one, did he? He just
no, and I'll get you his address too.
Okay, that sounds good. But yeah, I would love to go on, and for the people who did care enough to submit and stuff and want to, you know, and being intentional.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'd love to see their results. Sure.
Okay, so. I don't know that I'll do it tonight, but I'll get it to you soon. I'll get it probably when I get back from camping. So. Okay. All right. Well, do you have? Let's see. So next week you need to make sure that you're with us because you've got to channel Robin Williams for me because I'm pulling one out of my butt. That's right. You heard it here first. Those of you that are still with me, our first hour, we're having directors and actors from the movie Elemental Reimagined Wildfire.
That's so cool.
And it's got a bunch of cool people in it. And in the last hour, I have a surprise second guest. Robin Williams is going to be on the show. So if you want to know more, here's a teaser. We're available on YouTube live Wednesday night, 9:00 next week.
Right.
You'll see how I pulled it out of my buttocks. So
yeah, this was a 5-hour spiel again. So we definitely need a whole show.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. So, but Facebook user, whoever you are, yes, we are troopers. This is not the longest podcast I have done. I did a 14-hour one. So Oh, tease me, Sportcat. Well, I don't know who you are. I might really like to tease you. So,
Don't mess with it.
Robin will be in my photo.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this space again today, and I can't wait to do it again next time, Tim.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it. Guys and gals, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful evening. I'm off for the next 2 shows. I'm going to be out fighting my buddy Bigfoot. So my team, if they show up, should have it under control. So we'll see you soon. Bye.